problems, no, don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. Don't need no problems, no, don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. Don't need no problems, no, don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. Don't need no problems, no, don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. Don't need no problems, no. Don't need no pain. I came for going, so don't need no problems, no. Don't
Welcome, everybody, to the Overwatch World Cup Team Canada Tryouts. My name is Seymour, joined with the lovely Rain, as we're going to be taking on the first block of the day. And I couldn't be more excited. How you feeling today, Rain?
I'm doing pretty good, Seymour. I'm very excited to get to see more of these tryouts for Team Canada. I've had the opportunity to sit in on 4 of their blocks so far now, so coming into the 5th one, we're going to get to see lots of players that are having their very first trial block here. Of course, there's so many players, 43 players that are trying out, so there's a lot of people to squeeze into these trials.
We got players, coaches, assistant coaches, everything that still needs to be fleshed out before we get into the actual competition. And then, you know, we've had a couple of days of the tryouts so far. You yourself, you got to sit down and watch a lot of the players, you know, a lot about what we're going to be expecting, at least on the day today. Do you have any expectations going into today?
I think that someone that I think a lot of people are probably excited to get to see is going to be Warren. So Warren, very well-known content creator. I think a lot of people also maybe just finding out now that he is actually Canadian, so that's really fun. It'll be interesting to get right. It'll be interesting to keep an eye out on him because he isn't coming from as strong of a background in that team play, but man, has he got a lot of hours in the game.
Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes that's kind of what you need. It's just like if you can take somebody and, you know, move them into a team situation, like what we're kind of doing through these tryouts, could be an asset, what we're looking for. But there's a lot of good players, a lot of strong players that we're going to be looking at too, who, you know, might not even let Warren get a spot on this team. Like, that's what we got to be thinking about here. Nothing is guaranteed at all. And throughout this, we got a time block to start today of 2 hours, 6 maps that we're going to be going through, you and I. After that, it's going to be Marks and Evan taking over for us for the next block of the night here on Saints Gaming CA. So a lot of Overwatch to go through, a lot of tryouts to kind of look forward to. And for a lot of people who might be joining in, friends, family, watching these players, could you kind of explain what to expect in a scrim block? Because most people might just be used to watching an official broadcast.
Yeah, that's fair. So it is going to play a little bit differently here where, for example, when we go into the control type map, no matter what the score line is, we are going to play through the entire map here. So even if one team starts off 2 and then that would technically be the end of the map, it's a scrim block, it's a trial. So you're going to go all the way through every single map. That's going to, of course, apply to those escort and those hybrid maps as well. Doesn't matter where the payload ends. It is going to be a reset of the lobby, and then you're going to go all the way to the end again. Same same thing goes for, of course, Flashpoint as well. We'll go to all 5 of those Flashpoints. So it really is about getting to see kind of the strengths and some of the weaknesses of these players. So we are going to need to go through the entire map set to really nail those down.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we don't want to leave anything unchecked. That's kind of where it goes right now. You just go through everything, try to figure it out, and let the coaches, the assistant coaches, kind of do their business behind the scenes. For us, we just get to sit and watch some great Overwatch. I think I'm very excited to kind of see what's going on because, you know, we've had a little bit of a look in for the past couple of days of maybe some changes to what people might be playing, kind of prioritizing a lot of changes, not just into compositions, but into how heroes are working with the new patch that just came out too, Rain. So is there anything that you've been seeing over the past couple of days that really has shook things up?
Yes, definitely. The most recent patch, we did, of course, get the new hero, Sierra. She is playable in this. Hasn't really found her footing just yet, but of course, sometimes you just need a little bit more time to find out how these heroes will fit into the meta. I think the biggest change that I have been seeing, though, is a whole bunch of Vendetta nerfs that came through with this Season 2 patch. So she was very, very prominent playing with that Zarya Vendetta combo. It's a very fast hit comp where you're really just going to go in with that Vendetta, get the Zarya bubble, and pretty much just find an opening pick every time. But it's going to be a whole lot less survivability now for Vendetta, where she has a little bit less HP and she's able to block a little bit less damage. So we've actually been seeing teams kind of pivot away from that. Haven't seen a whole lot of Vendetta in these trials. Instead, been seeing a whole lot of Emre and a whole lot of Tracer. So it kind of feels like we're back to our old Soj Tracer roots, except instead of Sojourn, it's going to be the Emre.
Yeah, you know what? I don't blame them. Yeah, yesterday we were seeing Noxus on some Sojourn too, so we might be seeing some Sojourn come out today as well. Definitely things that players might just enjoy more than playing Emre, but it does seem like we have the lobby kind of getting into it. Wonder if we do have a list of the players that we're going to be seeing today to kind of check out on our side, because that would be cool to break down some of these players. If not, I mean, I'm sure we're going to be seeing them in very, very shortly, but we got a chance. It looks like we're getting in the lobbies here. And just is there anybody that you've already seen, Rain, over the past couple of days that has, in your eyes, maybe put them ahead for a spot that you'd like to see inside of Team Canada?
Yes, so yesterday I got to see Faded play in both the 6-8 and the 8-10. Now, he is not going to be in this 6-8 block, but I was very incredibly impressed with the Diva that came out from Faded, and Diva is very much in the meta right now. She's able to survive for a really long time. The peel potential is incredible as well with that defense matrix. But for the players that we have here tonight, I am very much looking forward to get to see Foreshadow again. So his in-game name, I believe, is Yun Hyun. I think it's a different name than what I have on my spreadsheet here, but fantastic Emre player. And I think that going up against Warren on the other side, Warren is definitely going to have his work cut out from him. Foreshadow is coming from Face It League, so lots of experience playing in this kind of team environment. We're also getting to see some other well-known names that maybe not from Team Canada in 2023, but from some of that top level of Face It play. So Graveyard is going to be in, and then we'll also have a Krasia and Morlock support line that's going to be playing tonight. And again, kind of coming from that Face It division. So we have players that are coming all the way from kind of open division up to that Masters division. And then, of course, we have the collegiate players making an appearance as well. I'm super looking forward to getting to see Hero play again. So I know Hero from the Canadian Collegiate League playing for SFU. So lots of familiar names here. So it's fun to get to see these players once again. Like I mentioned earlier, though, lots of the players here tonight are getting their very first block in. So it'll be my first time seeing them too.
Yeah, mine as well. And I think for a lot of people watching, kind of experiencing these tryouts, it's going to be their first time seeing some of these players as well. And that's fun. It's fun to see players kind of get put into a system like this for a chance to, not only show their merit, but show the world what they can bring to a team like their own nation. That's what I love about the World Cup. And for a lot of people who might be tuning into this one and wondering, okay, it's Team Canada, what is this for? This is the Overwatch World Cup. We've had multiple Overwatch World Cups in the past. This is the 2026 edition, and you guys gotta hope to tune in for when it does happen. I think the group stages are in August, end of August, the 21st to the 23rd. If we do, hopefully make it to the playoffs too. That's going to be September 12th to the 13th. So you guys can tune in as we got Lijiang Tower to start things off, and let's see what we got in the lobby.
All right, so Team 1, we're going to have Dust, Warren, Almatiana, another collegiate player there on the far out. Graveyard and Beeman going to be the back line here, but already looks like we're taking a whole lot of space. I will also just note, Danny, the head coach, is allowing these players to kind of play whatever comps that they want to start out, and then he'll start adding some limitations as we go through the block.
We got Ramatra for Dust, and that's against Zarya for Hero. So it looks like we're putting together to do a little bit of a Sojo and Farah comp. I like this. Still rocking with the Kiriko Lucio. A little bit of speed for the Zarya to reach that backline. However, getting through this Ramatra is going to be a little bit difficult, and Dust is showing that already. We've lost Hero. Morlock's going to go down. So Team 2 yet to break through the bridge.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really big opportunity for Team 1 now, where you have this Farah Warren on this Emray as well. There's a lot of poke damage here, and that's going to be really detrimental for Hero on this Zarya. We see one bubble kind of forced out already. It's going to be hard enough just to take this space as the Zarya, and then once you get up and close and personal, you're going to have to deal with Dust on that Ramatra. So Team 2 is definitely going to have to look to take some more angles here and take some of that pressure off of Hero.
Well, it looks like Leon Kennedy going to be close to this Kitsune rush, but Graveyard already there. Does Team 1 initiate off this? They will. So first one to rip that is going to be masked immediately by Leon Kennedy. See if he can try to break through the setup that Team 1 has put together, but Dust holding down that front line. No more bubbles for Hero. Troubled is Team 2 on trying to get to help their Zarya as they're completely split from breaking through this setup. As you got the barrage coming in from Emran, Dust is going to fall. Both tanks go down, or no, Hero's still standing on there. A flip finally with 72% for Team 1.
Yeah, this is pretty big for Team 2 to get in, but now Warren going to have this override protocol, looking to push back in pretty quickly. Taking Amarin out of the mix here is good, but Hero is still alive and charged up on that Zarya, so despite getting that one pick, it is going to be a stabilization here. Nice boop! Morlock, hey, I have been seeing so many boops from this guy. You gotta be so careful if you're around the edge with this Lucio on the field. So big ults online for both of these teams. We see those tank ults. Hero having that Graviton Surge is massive, especially because it looks like Team 1 wants to make a rotation towards White Room here. So everybody is going to be standing in one spot here. You don't have that far out to do the burst damage, however. Emran has moved over onto the Cassidy, so you need to keep this charge high to secure these kills in the Grav.
Yeah, 88 charge, and you're feeling good about this Grav. As soon as things go south, well, Dust is going to prop that second four for the Ramatra. Here's the grab into the back line, forces the beat out from Beeman. Morlock still holding on to theirs as Dust just completely walks on through and is going to rip through that back line. All three go down. Dust does it himself. The Ramatra's a problem, and Team 2 are down. Flipped back into favor of Team 1, and with 75% on this first point, Team 2's got to work fast with this beat coming up on the Kitsune rush.
Yeah, true. Very important to have this beat still online for Team 2, but it's going to be an aggressive Kitsune rush. I mean, Team 1 doesn't want to allow any space or even a touch to come through.
Dust going to be charging on forward. Beeman with the boop off. Emran out of this one. No more Cassidy. And high charge for Hero, but running out of bubbles. You do get a touch to proc this overtime, and Morlock's going to make sure of that. However, the Lucio needs to stay alive right now. Leon Kennedy with the Kitsune rush now for Team 2 to see if they can keep this first round going. Overtime candle is locked in, and it's high charge for Hero, but you can't break through Dust. The Ramatra lives. A huge Suzu from Graveyard to keep your tank alive, and with numbers back in, Team 1 trying to charge to put this one away. Emran in trouble, but it's going to be the push through Warren to find not just one, but two. Warren takes him down, and it looks like Team 1 are going to get that first point.
I like the rotations that were coming through for Team 1, especially with this Ramatra, where you know that you're going to win out the frontline duel against a Zarya. You rotate towards White Room, and then you just have the Kitsune rush from Graveyard to finish off the last fight. They're trying to basically stuff Team 2 into their spawn, so good adjustments here. Now, as we move over on to Night Market, we could potentially just see similar compositions here. It's usually when we get to Control Center that we really do see kind of a swap up in moving towards those brawl comps. So it does look like Hero's gonna swap to the D.Va here off of the Zarya. I do quite like this. Hero's put up a pretty good D.Va in the first block that I got to see him. I think that if you're anticipating that Alma Tristana is going to go back over to the Pharah, it's also going to kind of help deal with that a little bit. And then, as I was kind of expecting, we are going to get the Emre duel coming through right now.
Yeah.
He's just in such a good place right now. It's hard to run into an Emre and not have one of your own.
No, and I liked that, you know, you're trying to make the Sojourn work at first. However, just Warren has been an issue on this. And I do like the late swap to the Pharah out of Team 1 from Almaty. But it was just not really enough for Emran and Win to make that last swap. The Annihilation from Dust breaks through the Graviton Surge. A huge beat from the backline of Beeman to keep those supports alive. Avoid Hero in that high charge and keep that backline in the fight. We start point number 2. Hero already taking out Warren without the first point even opening up, and Hero looking to push this pressure even further. This should be a good start to the game for Team 2.
Yeah, it's tough to play on a hard angle like that with the Emre compared to the Sojourn because you don't have that kind of slide, the get out of jail free card here. So that means that the point is going to get capped up first by Team 2 here, and Hero building up to that charge going to be so important to try and find these picks early on. You can't let a fight go too long when you're up against that Ramattra.
So far ahead in all charge 2 is Hero getting bursted down. Nemesis form from Dust, and Hero just gets walked on into the back line now as Team 1 searching for to bring this back. Already taking the team down. That is a quick flip. Only 21% given up.
Ooh, fantastic aggression coming through for Team 1, and they're looking to actually continue an excellent bubble. Hero is going to get Hyohyun out of the fight, but now you're going to have to push into a Kitsune Rush ready to go from Graveyard, and you're already down your Emre. That's so much damage out of the fight already for Team 2.
Already Team 1 equal on that tank ult charge with the Ramattra. Are going to be close to that Annihilation. Hero doesn't just have that charge that you did before. Emran's coming up on that barrage. You do have the Kitsune Rush from Leon Kennedy too, but Graveyard with their Kitsune Rush should be able to match this when it is to be used on this initiation. So possibly just waiting for Dust to get into a position to use that Nemesis form, and as soon as he does, he's going to drop that Ravenous Vortex, walk to the backline, and see if he can burst down these heroes. Hero does go down, and same with Hyohyun. It's going to drop. Annihilation is going to not even be needed, but it is going to be the barrage going to be invested from that fight to end it and keep this one going for Team 1.
All right, good start here, Team 1, building up quite a bit of percentage here. They're going to have this Annihilation, the Override Protocol. They did have to commit 2 ults into that, so right now, ult economy-wise, Team 2 is going to be coming out on top, especially, again, have this Grav ready to go. Beeman's going to be able to get the beat online very quickly, though, but not quick enough.
On Surge, and Beeman's going to be caught, though. Emran traded. You're down to support, so Team 1 looking to turn this one around, and they do equalize, and it's Alma to find not just the Lucio, but the Kiriko as well. So the backline drops for Team 2. Only 12% left for Team 1 to take yet another point here in these scrims, and they're feeling good. Morlock going to go for the touch. He's booped away. The bubble is going to get the Lucio there, so overtime is going to be brought in, but the Override Protocol on both sides. Warren's going to be a little bit better as Graveyard, Beeman, everybody assists to put it away, and Team 2 just not piecing it together yet.
So, on paper, this is a map win here for Team 1. But, like I mentioned before we headed in, we are in the scrim code here, so we're going to go to that third map. We're going to get to go to Control Center, and I do think that we could potentially see a swap up here, especially from Alma on this Pharah. It's not impossible to run the Pharah on Control Center, but yeah, you're not really going to have the same skybox to work with here, and Hero is teasing a Mauga as well. Have seen the Mauga come out in these kind of more enclosed spaces here, and that's really going to give you that frontline pressure that you're not going to get from the Zarya here. So we'll have to see how Team 2 are able to kind of time their engagements here, because that's going to be the really important thing about the Mauga. You got to go in for those charges really quickly. You got to find an limb fast, because although you can survive through a bit of a brawl, you're also going to be an ult battery. So looks like Hero's maybe not going to pull out the Mauga yet. gentleman's agreement, Mauga free map 1, but could potentially
Wait.
Mauga from Dust. The gentleman's agreement doesn't actually exist. It does not.
And you got Human swapping to the Sojourn, Emran onto the Sombra now. Alma going to go for that early TP. Warren maybe with the Reaper, so off the Emre. And yeah, Alma's going to swap back over to the Tracer as we expected, just to get the extra positioning of that Sim TP. And look at this from Team 1, looking good. Warren on the Reaper already looking to burst through Hero down to about half HP. Will have a time to, I say, heal back up, but I like this from Beeman, just trying to bring Warren to the back line. So much pressure coming through from this Reaper. However, Tusk goes down, so the Mauga gets ripped apart, and Warren's in trouble now, getting jumped on, forces the TP out of the Kiriko. Morlock will end up falling. Beeman turning this fight for Team 1 alongside Warren with this Reaper pick. And it might be an early cap for Team 1, even with Dust going down first.
That's impressive. It's not often that you lose your tank in a fight and then you still come out on top in the fight. Dust has come back now on the Doomfist of all things. That's going to prompt a very quick swap here from Emran over onto that Cassidy. You're going to have the Hinder not only to try and suppress Dust here, but also Alma on this Tracer. Now, Graveyard already at this Kitsune rush. This Kiriko for Team 1 has been doing so much in these fights.
Morlock, gotta be careful for this Reaper, as that's going to be a huge stun coming through from Dust. Has to get back. Graveyard drops. No Kitsune Rush is going to be used. So you still have that pressure from the Kiriko ultimate. However, Leon Kennedy taking down Alma now. Morlock will get killed, but it's going to be equal on the support line for both teams. Leon Kennedy going to have to get back in time, as it looks like Team 2 will get through and cap this.
Somehow, some way, making it happen. And honestly, good stuff to have this Kitsune Rush from Leon Kennedy for this next one. Graveyard's not going to be able to match on that Rush, so it's all about using this Rush to your advantage. Now, try and build up some of these other ultimates from the Rush, and manage to hold on to this, because there's still quite a ways to go before you're going to be able to get the lead.
Dust just looking for a way in, but Graveyard drops again early in the fight. That's back-to-back where you're losing your Kiriko, and Beeman down now. Hero just rushing back that backline. Dust will fall, and Team 2 starting to get some momentum against this Doomfist comp.
Wow, Leon Kennedy doing so much on the carry. Heard that I was hyping up Graveyard. Needs to make a good showing here as well. So this is great for Team 2. They have so many ults to work with here. Dust, he's going to make another swap, so you're down in the ult charge for your tank. Back over onto the Mauga now. Pulse Bomb ready to go for Alma. You're probably going to go over onto Emran or Hyohyun. You're probably not going to go for the Kiriko, but you might maybe make an attempt at it here, as already a lot of space being taken by Team 1. That choke point given up pretty quickly by Team 2.
You got Annihilation, the Kitsune Rush. Imagine this is going to be the initiation from Team 2 as soon as the fight does start, but Emran's going to get dropped in. Kitsune Rush, and the Annihilation is not needed. Emran and Huynh going to be taking over the fight. Dust falls again early in this one, and there's just no foot to stand on for Team 1. 30% left for Team 2 to take this third point.
Great use of just the Kitsune Rush. I like the bait in from Team 1 onto the point, and then you Kitsune Rush straight across that point. Team 1's already committed in, so they can't back out. But now they are going to have this Kitsune Rush of their own to work with. Warren with the Death Blossom as well. We don't always see a lot of high value from the Death Blossom, but if you can get some of these cooldowns out from Team 2 before popping it, you might be able to find a kill or two.
Kitsune Rush from Graveyard. Early beat from Beeman. Looking to keep Dust alive as you rush that back line. Hyohyun looking to at least take some space the opposite end, but losing out on Leon Kennedy is not going to provide a lot of sustain for Hero on the point, and it looks like Team 1 finally going to break through this defense and flip this point their way.
All right, 99% here for Team 2 does mean they just have to win one more fight to be able to claim control center here, both those DPS ultimates, and still have this Annihilation to work with. Warren, lurking with this Blossom. I don't know that Team 2 is necessarily going to make a rotation through server room here, so maybe just waiting for the commit in from Team 2 and then to sneak up behind with this Death Blossom.
Early Deadeye. Getting some space for Team 2 on the point, and there's the flip. Overtime. Team 1 has to get back here, and you will have a touch from Alma on this Tracer. Warren, Death Blossom. Will it be enough to turn this Shadow Step won't be able to track the Sojourn as immediately you're going to step away. Warren, though, goes for Morlock, and the Death Blossom's going to take down the Lucio. Alma follows it up with the Annihilation now from Hero, keeping the game alive for Team 2. It's the overtime going to be flipped back over to Team 1. Hero holding it down. Nemesis form, not able to eliminate the Lucio, but Leon Kennedy's going to make sure that Beeman goes down, and it flips back over towards Team 2 to see if they can get that touch. Warren resets the overtime and goes back in. It's enough to get Dust back into it, and the Shadow Step allows the Mauga to get back into it, and here we go. It's a cage match on, and you're trapped on the inside. If you're a Hero, the Ramatra is dead.
Oh, Team 1 is just on cleanup duty now. It's a great cage. You take down the tank, and yeah, Team 2 isn't going to be able to bounce back from that. Much better showing, I think, here on Control Center from Team 2, but they are not going to have a whole lot of time to piece together a final fight here, especially with Emran dying so late. The Tracer really is going to have to be the one to go for the touch here. You can see the Hero is just trying to Nemesis form towards this point. Will he get the overtime?
Well, there's the proc. Hyun staying alive with the Reaper. Morlock trying to get away. Alma goes for the Tracer to 1v1. Has to get the recall early. Overtime on both sides. Who's going to be the first to fall? Alma looking for a way to the backline, but you haven't really been able to burst down. Hero, you get some assistance, and there it is. Emran falls. Alma finds 2. The Tracer goes big, and you can't take down Morlock right away, but the dash melee, Morlock goes down, and Team 1, regardless of the start of this game, turns it around their way and takes all 3 rounds of Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, definitely felt like we were seeing Team 2 warm up a little bit as that map went on, but definitely some really strong showing here from Team 1. I like the combination of the Tracer and then even the Mauga on Control Center, because it is really about kind of following up on the damage from your tank, and that's something that, of course, Danny, the head coach for Team Canada, is also going to be looking for in these players. It's not just about the mechanical skill, although that is, of course, very important, but it's about kind of testing the synergy between these players as well. If you can find some players that are high skilled and work really well together, you definitely got to consider signing them to the team. So we'll see if these 2 teams do stick, because in the previous blocks, after a couple of maps, we did have some of the players shuffle around testing things out. So we'll have to wait and see if there are any changes that come to these teams.
Well, let's get a look back at that Lijiang Tower to see exactly kind of who stood out in our mind, because I am a fan of Dust and what he brought on this Ramatra, especially since that first point, just the amount of aggression and confidence to just keep that backline on their toes. It really felt like Morlock and Leon Kennedy had so much to do through this match. And, you know, it was great to see Hero swap in point 3 to the Ramatra for what would have been the mirror. You know, Dust didn't give him the time of day to have that Ramatra one-on-one, but it was a good swap for Hero, a very healthy swap to see the Ramatra out for this Team 2 composition. Still not enough in the end. The pick for the Mauga from Dust, enough to get it in the end, but I still liked it. It's some great showing on both sides.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that Leon Kennedy definitely had some really star moments here for Team 2. Also, just for anyone wondering, Leon Kennedy is like an alt account name. This is Akrasia or Kai. Yeah, showing a lot of really good headshots, able to control angles really well, which you really like to see in a flex support us. All right, map number 2, we are ready to get into it. It looks like we do have a swap in the flex supports here, so Leon Kennedy going to be over on Team 1, Graveyard over to Team 2. Otherwise, looking like it is the same here. So excited to just see Warren over on the Soldier 76. This is not a hero that gets a whole lot of play time, but I think with all of the long sightlines of Runasafi, you can get away with it here.
Might be the place, and Warren already flanking. Morlock goes down first. So the Soldier getting some work done, finds a second one. Yo Hyun drops. Dust will end up falling. Still an advantage to Team 1 in this fight. With the 2 early picks that they did find, Alma going to put some pressure towards that backline. Hero, that Zarya is still alive, creating some issues in this push, and it is going to be some early progression coming up from Team 2. Alma just looking to stay alive and be annoying.
All right, and making that happen. First bot progress gonna go over to Team 2 here. The Zarya Reaper comp going to play similarly to the Zarya Vendetta. This was very popular before Vendetta kind of found her way into the meta, so this is a little bit of a throwback here. If you can get the bubble TP in, you do have a lot of burst potential, so Warren is gonna have to be quick on his feet on this soldier because he is gonna be a target.
And Nemesis Form just going to keep Emmerich busy on the front line, give Warren that time to set up this flank on the Soldier 76, and as soon as that Rapidus Vortex is going to push Team 1 back into a contest on point, Warren will fall here, so Emmerich going to take down the Soldier with the help of Morlock, just tracking down this speedy flank. Beeman drops as well, so 2 quick kills coming in from Team 2, and Dust going down to the Sojourn and makes it all 3 going down. Alma can't get anything done on this Tracer. It's already too late before that Pulse Bomb comes active.
Yeah, impressive stuff here. There's a lot of momentum being gained here for Team 2. And they haven't had to use any ults off of that either. So this Kitsune Rush ready to go. Leon Kennedy is lagging a little bit behind, but should be able to get that online to go for the match. Yep. Forward spawns now acquired here for Team 2. So even if they do end up losing this fight, they're going to get another one at that center fight.
Kitsune Rush, Death Blossom going to be available for Emran. Graveyard going to initiate as soon as Leon Kennedy does. Waiting to see where it comes through, and the grab's going to catch them all. Death Blossom right beside it, and Emran cleaning up house. 4 down for Team 1. Warren running away. Soldier's got nothing to say for this fight. It's already done as that progress just continues to push back that first cap.
Alma on the Reaper as well now, so you're going to have a little bit more frontline presence to try and deal with Hero on this Zarya. Hyohyun does have this overclock ready to go, so honestly, if you're Team 2 right now, you don't have to push really far. You want to take a fight kind of in this middle ground out in the open.
Alma now on the mirror for the Reaper. Warlock's going to find Warren yet again. The Soldier's out of the fight. Dust at the trade, and here's the annihilation for the engage out of Team 1. Going to be met by Morlock's sound barrier, and eventually you might be seeing this overclock from Hyohyun. See if you can win after the annihilation is done, but the overclock's going to be held on to. Hero's going to fall. It's going to be a flip now. Team 1 trying to get some bot progress of their own.
Right, they will take away that forward spawn as well, but not before Hero gets the respawn, so Team 2 is going to be able to get a close fight here, and they do still have that overclock to work with. They're going to have to try and create a little bit of space here. Warren on a very hard angle, but I don't think that Team 2 is going to push this way. Yeah, they're going to rotate towards the other coast.
But immediately, Team 1 recognize that they're just going to flip this on the opposite end of the bot, allow Warren to still have that long line of sight, and the Soldier just trying to work his best from a distance. Here's the overclock from Foreshadow up top, taking some heavy damage on the Sojourn, and Warren from downtown. The Helix missile's gonna find the Sojourn. The overclock finds absolutely nothing, and here comes the rest to Alma with the Reaper doing some work. Leon Kennedy, or no, it's gonna be Graveyard, as we did get that swap this game. Graveyard's last to fall in this one, but finally seeing some progress come out from Team 1, and you're getting something out of Warren on the Soldier.
It's true. You know what? I regret the absurd angle that he's on, because map control. It's all about the map control here. He's going to pick up Morlock. That is a massive first pick here. Hero really needs that Lucio speed to be able to go for these engagements. So Team 2 are not going to be able to push forward. They can't stop this checkpoint from being picked up, and that is going to be forward spawns now for Team 2. Sorry, Team 1.
Dust gonna take some space. Here's the Kitsune Rush from Graveyard. Alma though gonna invest the Death Blossom up top of the library to go down. And that Graveyard Kitsune Rush is amounting to absolutely nothing. Ember's gonna invest the Death Blossom. See if you can turn this fight alongside Hero. Has the Grafton Surge, but not enough health to follow it up. Alma's gonna rip through the Zarya. Warren cleans up the rest. And suddenly you're creeping up onto the progress that Team 2 worked so hard on.
Oh my, and it's a late kill as well onto Foreshadow, so yeah, I just suspect the Team 1 are going to be able to pick up the lead here. Hero is going to make the swap over onto the Ramantra off of that Zarya. Lead acquired here for Team 1, and they still have ultimates to try and push this forward even more. Team 2 are at a huge deficit in ult economy right now, so they really need to find an opening pick.
You look towards your Sojourn Foreshadow to get it done, but it's going to be a flank visor and a lot of damage onto Foreshadow. Is going to be the cleanup there from Dust. The initial visor pushes the rotation out from Team 2 right into the value of Alma and this Reaper getting cleaned up by Leon Kennedy. We saw so much work back on that Li Shang through Team 2's eyes. Graveyard's gonna fall. Dust in the Nemesis form, just cleaning up house, and the Annihilation just to put salt in the wound for this final fight. You're gonna get another touch, but how do you pull this one back?
Oh, you gotta clear off Warren from this angle. You don't even have to kill him, you just have to get him away. You're putting way too much pressure on the front line. Emran's gonna make the swap over onto the Bastion as well.
My.
So, kind of all in right now on trying to take down Dust, because with this Soldier 76, there isn't a whole lot of frontline presence. If you clear out that angle, that's going to allow you to maybe mow down this Ramattra.
You get the swap on the Ramattra from Hero too. It's gonna be Dust working off of this Kitsune rush just to stay full health and contesting the points. Off angle from Foreshadow, the Sojourn. Gonna be backed up from the beat coming up from Warlock. Are you gonna invest it in time for Emran to stay alive? No, Alma gets right through the Bastion. Warren's gonna be traded off, so it's an equal fight in terms of damage style, but the death blossom from Alma, you've been waiting for it to build, and immediately you're gonna take down 2. Team 1 back in full control at this point, and Dust zoning off Hero from any assistance from the rest of the team. Morlock's gonna get caught there. Emran backed up around the statue. Hero so low. Actually manages to stay alive there. Dust is gonna be the one to fall, and you might be able to hold this game now. Still lots of time. You deny the capture. You're not out of it just yet.
And those forward spawns, of course, still active here for Team 1. So they're going to regroup, have 5 members available for this kind of middle of the point. Somebody's got to push the bot. Come on, Team 2, we got to push the bot. All right, here we go. They're going to have the Kitsune Rush and the Annihilation here to work with. You might go for the combo if you want to have a really quick fight win. And honestly, you might have to go for that because you need to chase some of these fight wins together if you want to make any progress of your own.
Hero going incredibly low. Gonna have to back up behind the safety of the bot. Kitsune rush from Graveyard, and here we go for the engage coming up on the Annihilation. You have it. Does Hero need to invest it though? No, it's Dust going down. You should be able to hold your ults.
Yeah, I forget about the Bastion form. That pairs so nicely with the Kitsune Rush.
Oh, it does.
You don't have to commit anything in except for that. Just get the, the 3, 2, 1, and Bastion will just move forward. So this is going to be the forward spawns gained here for Team 2. And yeah, holding on to that Annihilation from Hero is massive here. Beeman does not have the beat to try and match it. Dust is going to be able to get his Annihilation online, so we could end up with kind of an Annihilation duel going on.
Warren on the flank yet again. The visor going to be used early, however, not really close to the team, and you do push them into Dust. Emery going to fall. Warren still looking for an off angle, but the rest of the team cleaning up. It looks like Team 1 going to be able to flip this. You do get the close spawns for a few of those members, but Warren, I mean, you know how crazy it would be to see a Team Canada Soldier 76?
I would be very impressed, I will say. That would be a tricky one to try and pull off, but Warren is looking pretty good in this map so far. And now forward spawns have been denied from Team 2, but everybody has managed to get back for this middle fight.
Annihilation from Dot's going to be used right away. Hammerin falls early. Dust in the Ravenous Vortex takes down the Lucio of Morlock, and it looks like this is Team 1 kind of finding their stability in this game, dominating so far on Runasapi.
Yeah, Team 2 unfortunately. Right, and you're back in control. You got the forward spawns. You committed the Annihilation in and the Kitsune Rush, but Alma's gonna have this. Blossom ready to go. Beeman is going to have to beat. Morlock has an opportunity to go for the match here. Once again, Warren is on the flank. It's probably gonna be on Graveyard now to try and pressure out that soldier, but somebody's gotta do it.
Nemesis form for Dusk and Team 2 hold on. Here's going to be a Death Blossom from Alma. Goes down though to the Nemesis form, and the overclock now of Foreshadow just looking to clean up. Lands a shot onto Kennedy. Emran going to finish off Dust. Warren still on that flank. But now with overtime, I mean, you can't get off the points. You're going to have to close spawns for Team 1, and you are on a knife's edge.
Yeah, this is quite stressful now for Team 2. They have to keep somebody on this spot at all times, but they're also aware that there's going to be these ults coming online. Warren, of course, dying late and actually doesn't get the forward spawn, of course, on that Soldier 76. He's going to be able to get back fairly quickly, and we'll have that visor to work with right now. Both teams kind of at a stalemate ult-wise, so Team 1 right now are really going to be relying on that visor to come online and really find the value, especially as they get closer and closer to their own spawn doors.
You're really hoping that Foreshadow can get some neutral picks on the Sojourn right away. Shadow Step going to be forced out, and there it is! A pick on the Warren! That's what you're looking for Foreshadow! So you're coming up on that Kitsune rush from Leon Kennedy, but Dust just has to stay alive and wait for that ultimate to be active. Fast up. Shield gonna go down. Lots of damage onto Dustin. And Graveyard's gonna finish off the Ramatra. It's now a chase down for the rest, and you're only 40 meters away from tying this back up.
This is what Runasabi is all about. So often we will see teams make a wild comeback like this, but this next fight is where it's really going to matter because both teams have so many ults, and Warren is just waiting for the commit to come in from Team 2 so he can once again get himself set up on this angle.
Warren's been spotted. And all on the flank. Here's the Kitsune rush from Leon Kennedy. Initiate this fight. Dust has the annihilation, but so does Hero. And here you go. Dust is going to use it right away. The visor from behind. Warren takes down Morlock, and Dust and Leon Kennedy clean up everything else. The candle is going to end, and Team 1 takes yet another map in this block. So, I mean, I'd say that is a lot better from what we saw on the side of Team 2 than what happened in control for that Lijiang Tower. However, the swaps, the pressure from Warren on this Soldier 76, just as soon as they figured out the chemistry and, you know, the system to put in place, I'm really impressed with the way that they brought that back.
Yeah, I am as well. Definitely hard to come back from these push maps when you have no space to work with and no ults to work with at some points as well. So fantastic stuff to get to see both these teams putting up such a nice fight on Runasapi. Again, the swap of the flex supports here is the only difference from this map to the previous map here. So excited to see what we'll get to see on map number 3. I just want to make a little note here. I saw somebody in the Twitch chat asking who the coaches are today, so I want to give a little shout out to all of the assistant coach trials that we have today. We have Small, Banish Light, Lazarus, Tydola, Raylini, Jubs, SNR, Zay, Lemon, and Slippery. So alongside the 43 player trials that we have, there are 13 coach trials as well. So there's just so much talent looking to participate in Team Canada for the Overwatch World Cup. It's really awesome to see.
Oh, it is awesome to see, and I think that I'm waiting to see the moment where it all kind of comes together. I wonder where the swaps are going to come in place for this third one, because, you know, you swap up Graveyard and Leon Kennedy. We saw in the Lijiang Tower, at least third point, the way that, you know, the Kiriko is able to still put out pressure in terms of damage, the amount of cleanups that Leon Kennedy had. You swap over to Team 1, things didn't change with the pressure that Dust puts down on this Ramatra. It just felt like you were enabled even more in the Runasapi as soon as that system was put in place, especially off the pressure that, you know, they had to deal with through Warren. And then, you know, you got Graveyard on the other side, who just seems like it's an alt battery. Every single time we see Graveyard, it's just Kitsune rush after Kitsune rush. Both Kirikos providing so much value to their teams.
Yeah, that's really important to have as well. It feels like as Overwatch has kind of evolved as a game, it's been a lot more pressure onto the flex supports to really be putting out damage value. It's not just about, you know, the healing that comes through, but being able to kind of get yourself set up on an angle. The Kiriko, of course, having that teleport as well really does enable you to play like a flanker. And I think that right now Graveyard is finding kind of a nice balance between putting a bit of pressure on the angle with some damage, and then, of course, getting the heals into Hero on that tank role as well. So interesting to see, and I think that for the next map we might start to get some bans come in. So this is something that Danny had implemented previously. Maybe not though, but it definitely is something that could come through depending on if he wants to see some very specific comps. And I mean, over onto Atlas here, it is going to be Dust on the Junker Queen. So I'm excited to get to see this. I suspect that there is a Lucio ban as well. That's the only time that we really see this Brick Juno make an appearance.
Yeah, I was going to say a couple of swap ups from Heroes and Dust, and this Junker Queen goes down right away. So not able to stand up to the oppression of this Mauga as soon as you rush down and foreshadow. Really picking things up towards the end of Runasapi on the Sojourn, especially in those neutral fights. Kicks off with some early picks and some early ult charge advantages too. Hero already finding Warren again on this flashpoint, so This is going to be quite the stagger for Team 1.
Yeah, and you really don't want to get staggered on these flashpoint maps. That percentage is going to tick up a lot faster than what it would on a control map here. So this is big for Team 2 to start building this up. They're trying to hold a decent amount of space as well, but I like the disengage here. You want to play for this choke point. You do have Emran on this. Reaper falling very low, but you really need to bait Team 1 into this choke point before you can really find the value.
Well, Team 1, finally we get to see them grouped and ready to go. Looking for a way in here. Dust, if you can land something with the jagged blade, maybe pull open a pick, but you do have a flank coming through from Warren to see if he can find something on the other end. So Warren's going to initiate this one. Dust looking for the follow-up, and you have Beeman just keeping some space around the pack line there as it's Foreshadow on one side, Emran on the other, and as soon as you're distracted, here comes the Mauga. Oh, it is so hard to disassemble this setup that Team 2 has. They're so put together.
Yeah, it's the old Mauga comp, okay? This is what Mauga was. It was Mauga, it was Brig Juno. You use the speed ring from the Juno to go in for the slam with the Mauga, and then you have the follow-up from your DPS. So, looks like we did get a little confirmation that there are bans in here for Atlas. I was wrong about the Lucio. It is going to be the Kiriko band out and the Ramatra band out. So, that's why we are seeing this Brig Juno backline. And then, unfortunately, Dust is just having such a hard time trying to live on this Junker Queen.
Yeah, it just hasn't been able to kind of kickstart this. I wonder if we do see a swap. However, you are going to have your ultimates coming online if you're Team 1. Only thing you're going to be missing is this Alma Genji blade, but was a late swap to the Genji, so I'm expected to be active so fast. Team 2 going to kick off our second point of Flashpoint already.
All right, yeah, and they did commit to, the Blossom in there, but having both these support ults is going to be massive. You are, of course, going to have this cage to work with as well. I suspect that Beeman might hold this rally in response to that cage, because that's going to be pretty much your only defense.
Well, here it is. Here's going to drop that cage, and here we go back in, so that's going to catch at least an anti-hero into 3. Morlock goes down, Beeman's going to fold this one up, and even though you're caught in the cage, you fight your way through it. Hero should be going down here. Takes Leon Kennedy to the grave with him, but there's the swap, the flip that we're seeing here for Team 1. So now I'm excited to see what they can do in control with this Junker Queen dictating where these fights happen.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for them, I think. They're not gonna be able to get as aggressive as Team 2 with this Mauga, but they do have Warren on this Emre that has the override protocol to work with. This is gonna be a fantastic point to use it. There's so many corners. You're really going to be able to force the positioning from Team 2. They do still have that orbit to work with though, so they might just look to force a fight on point with that.
Orbital protocol here. The overload protocol is going to do so much there onto the fight. Emran and Graveyard trying to keep this one active. Hero's still alive. You do have that Juno, so this Mauga going to be a tough kill. Dust knows that, so you're trying to track down Juno, but having a hard time catching her. Flying through that sky is a late swap back from Team 2. Now up to 87%, but Team 1 back in control.
They are in control. 87% is definitely last fight here. Like I mentioned, those percentages build very quickly. Team 1, though, they're looking to shut this fight down with the bleed and that rally.
Blade's going to be good for killing the Morlock. Helma just looking to stay alive. Emran not able to use this Death Blossom, and there's the hold coming out from Team 1. Team 2 didn't even get the flip, so this should be a cap and a tie game on the Flashpoint.
Yep, I do not anticipate there will be a recontest coming through for Team 2, so yeah, we're all tied up here on Atlas. It was a big commit ult-wise for Team 1, but hey, they felt they had to do it. So both these DPS ults ready to go for Team 2 is both these teams are actually going to clash just next door for this next Flashpoint. I want to see which ult they go for first. I like that you have the Blossom to maybe pair with the Cage this time.
The Cage going to be used, this time with the Overclock, and Hero immediately decimates through Alma and Dust. The Overclock from Foreshadow is now just picking up some scraps around the map, and there's the full team kill for Team 2. So open up this fight, I like that. It's a healthy initiation with those ultimates, now looking to kind of build up to their next for the, I'd say, mid portion of this early Flashpoint.
Yep, exactly. So it is going to be, there we go, the point capped up here for Team 2. The Blossom available.
Right away.
Yeah, goodbye, Leon.
gotta feel bad for this one. But again, though, Team 2 just not able to hold it in the neutral fight. Hero trying to do their best. Here we go for the Junker Queen ult. It's going to at least catch Emran a little bit there. The Shadow Step's going to bring Emran right back into this fight. And all the while, you're using ultimates in a lost battle. And that progress continues to rise for Team 2.
Yeah, this is good for them to be in control. Graveyard's alive with a sliver of HP. We'll get those shields back up. So it's going to have to be a full regroup here for Team 1. They are building up some ults here, so they're going to have to play a little bit slow towards the beginning of this fight to get that Orbit online, get the Blade online. You are going to have the Orbit ready to go for Graveyard as well, so you might end up with kind of an Orbit matchup here. So then it's going to really come down to these DPS ults for Team 1. The Override Protocol, it does a whole lot of damage, but oftentimes it's more so used for zoning, so Alma is going to have to follow up on that.
Here's the Override Protocol. Big bomb into the back line. However, Morlock stays alive in Graveyard. The Juno's going to finish off Warren there, so the Override Protocol finds nothing. Overtime Candle actually going to run out. And Alma just barely missing out on getting the touch is going to put Team 2 back in the lead in all of these scrappy fights towards the end. It doesn't matter. You're still catching some staggering kills onto Team 1. Try to be the first ones to get to this 4th point.
Yeah, alright, looks like we'll be heading over to Bazaar for this one. And again, this is, technically a map point here for Team 2, but we will, of course, get to go see Resort regardless of the outcome of this one. So it is going to be Team 2 that get themselves set up on the point first here. That's going to be nice where Emran is on this Reaper, knows exactly where Team 1 wants to push through. So you're going to be walking into a whole lot of damage here. You're probably going to have to commit the rally. Yeah.
Rally going to be used inside the cage. You have Death Blossom. Emran, lots of damage onto Leon Kennedy, and you're going to lose that Juno right away. Beeman still alive, but so low. The Rampage invested by Dust. Not sure if it's going to be enough to turn this fight, and no, Dust falls. That's a team kill. That's going to be early progress yet again for Team 2.
Alright, and Team 1 is going to make some adjustments here. They are going to move over to match this Malga. Going to have the Pharah and the Reaper here as well, so that double flex DPS will be interesting to see how they make that work, especially against Hyohyun on this Sojourn still, who has that overclock ready to go. Now, this is going to be a lot of pressure, I think, onto Hyohyun and Graveyard to try and keep Alma in check here, but hey, Graveyard has that triple jump perk and has been making use of the anti-air capabilities here, so we'll see what he can get done with it on this.
Here we go in for the engage. The overclocks have find nothing. Alma on the Pharah takes down Foreshadow. Alma goes down though. Still absolute brawl in the holes in the map. And you can see that it looks like Team 1 coming away with a lot of it. Leon Kennedy going to win that duel. Juno on Juno. Warren finishes off the Reaper battle. And finally Team 1 break through.
And, that's hard to do with the Pharah as well, so you're going to have the advantage now where you're on the defending side of this point with Alma on the Pharah. You got to build up to this orbit for Leon, however, because that's going to be the edge that you need, and if this fight goes on for too long, it's going to be a double support ult for the side of Team 2, so that could be enough for them to break onto the point. 72%, you don't need a full 2 fights to get this point capped up. You really just need one good one and one messy one.
See if Team 1 can tie us up yet again. Auga versus Mauga is going to be a heavyweight matchup. And here we go. Charge on in for Hero. Morlock goes down. Orbital Ray's not going to get there in time. And Graveyard falls in the midst of it. So it's the invest of the ultimates from Team 2. But the Orbital Ray comes out empty. And you don't even get a late flip. So Team 1 might be able to just milk this one. I don't think we'll get another fight.
I don't either. Graveyard has swapped over onto the Jetpack Cat to maybe try and trigger overtime. The Blossom finds Leon Kennedy. So if there is a touch that comes through, Team 2 have a chance. Overtime has been triggered.
And the cage right away. However, the barrage rips right through it. So cage immediately going to be interrupted. Death Blossom now from Warren. Shut down by Morlock in the bash. Coming out from the Brigida. Although Morlock won't be able to live. Was it enough to keep this fight going? No. Jetpack Cat slowly descends to death. And Amarin as well, last in to fall with the rest of the team. Another capture from Team 1. It's going 5 and we're tied.
All right, let's go to Resort. This will be our tiebreaker here. Graveyard goes swap back over onto the Judo. Did manage to get the overtime, but yeah, not enough plays here for Team 2 to pick up the map just yet. It is going to be Team 1 that get themselves set up again, and also still Alma on this Pharah. You're going to have some nice architecture to work around here with this Pharah, and we'll have to see Kyohyun build up to this overclock. Probably going to want to path towards coast side. You have a little bit of high ground there to work with, but there's going to be a lot of members of Team 1 standing in your way before you can get there.
Oh, here we go. Alma goes down. An early opening for Team 2 now to jump this point. Lots of damage onto Dust as the charge gets the Mauga back on to contest this one from getting flipped into Team 2's favor. Here we go. The cage is ready, and you might not even need it. However, the Steel going to invest it right into Hero. Can Dust stay alive through it all? No. Ember and Graveyard going to come in to assist you inside the heavyweight cage match between both Maugas and Team 2. All 5 points, kicking us off yet again with initial time.
All right, and they use the cage fight there, but Hyohyun manages to hold on to this overclock, and it's going to be much better value when you're on the defense here and set up towards this coast side. So right now, Team 1 are trying to build up to this orbit. Graveyard should be able to match it, but I think that they're going to have a hard time kind of winning out this fight with that overclock online, so you're really going to have to look to maybe try and get that ult out and then come back in for the next fight with ults of your own.
Oh, Emerin staggered early in this fight. No Death Blossom for Team 2. Alma getting close to this barrage, but you do have the orbital array. Maybe to late hold this point. Beeman with the rally available too. Dust goes down, so maybe now you don't want to use any ultimates and recontest with them. Team 1 still going to invest this orbital array into the fight. Leon Kennedy going to try to turn this one. Alma lands the barrage, or at least takes win off the map. Warren looking to flip this one now for the team. The barrage from Alma finds nothing, and you've still yet to turn this fight back your way. Finally, the flip comes through in the percentage.
Emerin is just getting chased to the ends of the earth by this Pharah. Alma will find the target that he was looking for here. Yeah, 99% for Team 2. They really just need to play patient here. Get Emerin in a place to use this Blossom. Honestly, you might want to wait for Cage here. This is a big open point. You're going to have a very hard time getting the value with this ultimate. Warren does have the Blossom ready to go as well, so we're actually at kind of mirrored ults here, as it is going to be Team 2 rotating towards. They want to take this high ground away.
Really going to come down to the execution, and Emerin right away targeting Leon Kennedy. Warren going to trade out there with Death Blossoms, and this one truly is back and forth. However, a late cage catches everybody. Alma's going to go down, and with this flip, nobody's going to get here in time. Team 2 finally getting through it, and they're going to take the flashpoint in 5. What a battle we had across this one.
It's really fun to get to see, we were going to see all 5 of the points anyways, but to actually get to see it go down to that tiebreaker point on Resort, lots of fun here. I like the swaps that came through as well. Getting to see the Pharah Reaper combo is not something that I was necessarily expecting here. Didn't end up getting them the map win, but I do think that they, Team 1 did a pretty good job trying to find the synergy between those two heroes. So, interesting to get to see what these players can flex over onto. Just as a reminder, the Ramatra and the Kiriko were banned out, so interesting to see the back lines and the tank lines that we ended up with.
Yeah, I was a fan of seeing the early Junker Queen from Dust. At the end of the day, you're trying to show your flexibility, what you can do. And, there were moments there where that Rampage was huge in terms of turning that fight. A little bit tough at the gates, to figure out that system, how to make it work. But I think as soon as you saw some of those recontests come through, easy access out of or easy exits out of the cage that you're caught in, that Rampage was huge for just enabling the rest of your team at turning those fights, especially against a Mauga whose health not so easy to cut through sometimes. So a little bit of a layup there from Dust, and it's great to see people just showing how flexible they are through these tryouts.
Totally agree. I think that we are going to have a quick break here, so make sure that you all stick around because we will be back with the second half of this trial block just after this.
I don't wanna wait for a storm that ain't coming, or hide from the sun in the morning. I don't wanna run something I can't fight, but I gotta be careful with what I call mine. I know you too well. I'll climb up on the roof and look. I've learned all that I know, and we put on quite a show. I'd be lying if I said I'm coming back. I just wanna go, I wanna walk away. Never wanted to love you anyway. Guess I should've known, won't pick up the phone. Go on and watch me fade. When you see the lights fading in the night, know that I'm fine alone. I'll be running for the skyline, sun in my eyes. No music, but I'm dancing. I'll be running, 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 I'll be running for the skyline, sun in my eyes. Skyline, sun in my eyes. Skyline, sun in my eyes. No music, but I'm dancing. I can see the end now, almost in my memory. No more waiting for a sign now. It's time for me to leave. As the world closes on the door of what became to be, I regret nothing. I can set my mind free. I know you too well. I'm up on the roof and yeah, learned all that I know, and we put on quite a show. And I'd be lying if I said I'm coming back. I just wanna go, I wanna walk away. Never wanted to love you anyway. Guess I should've known, won't pick up the phone. Go on and watch me fade. When you see the lights fading in the night, know that I'm fine alone. I'll be running for the skyline, sun in my eyes. No music, but I'm dancing. I'll be running, I'll be running, I'll be running, I'll be running down. I'll be running, I'll be running, I'll be running, I'll be running for the skyline, sun in my eyes. Skyline, sun in my eyes. Skyline, sun in my eyes. No music, but I'm dancing.
A little bit of a break in the action for not just us or you, but for the players as well, as we're getting into our fourth map here for our Block 1 today of our Team Canada tryouts for the Overwatch World Cup. It's been a great time so far, and once again, just as a reminder, my name is Seymour, with me is Rain. Been running you through all this action, and all that we've seen so far has been pretty fun. I know early on we were pretty dominant towards Team 1 and seeing their success out the gates, you know, switch up over to Runasapi, but Team 2, they're really piecing it together finally.
And then Atlas, back and forth. It feels like we really got kind of the even footing playing field, maybe with that Kiriko and the Ramatra ban onto Atlas. So excited to see what's going to happen here for map number 4. We do know that we'll be going to Blizzard World, so that is going to shake things up, going over to a hybrid map, a little bit more kind of high ground to work around here. And Danny, the head coach, has also implemented 3 bans this time. So the Ramatra Kiri ban wasn't enough on Atlas. We are going to have the Ramatra Mauga Lucio ban here on Blizzard World. So we're really trying to see maybe some Diva, maybe some Hazard, something a little bit different on the tank line specifically.
Yeah, and again, it's just kind of check all boxes of where teams can go because, you might be target banned in what we're going to be seeing. So, no Ram, no Mauga. We did get to see Dust pull out the Junker Queen for a bit. Like you said, we might be able to see the Diva as we've seen it in the past. And, not just is that going to change everything from composition-wise, but just front-to-back fighting styles as well. Everything's going to be different, especially with the Lucio gone. Things did slow down a bit in that last one for Atlas.
Yeah, despite having the Juno for both teams, you do have that kind of fast engage tool. It's not going to give you the same taxi capability that the Lucio can give you. So we could potentially see that Juno bring backline here on Blizzard World as well. I think that it would be nice to get to see maybe some of the other supports. Double flex support can be a really nice backline to run for these hybrid / escort maps. Sometimes getting the Yari in can be fun, but check out all of these players before we get into the map. Just a reminder, there are 43 players that are trialing for Team Canada, and we are only going to be able to sign 7. So Chibi and Danny very much have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, how do you even pick at this point? I mean, I feel like we've seen so many exceptional players across, the previous days, not just today too. I think they definitely do have their work cut out from on having to decide. It's not even this. We haven't even seen everybody yet. And not to mention, not just the players, we got assistant coaches behind the scenes still trying to get work done, and who's going to be helping even our coaches make some decisions like this going into the Overwatch World Cup. So still a lot to kind of be looked into here for what the final details will be for the team, but it's great because you guys get to watch, we get to watch, and everything kind of gets to be, I wouldn't say decided together, but we like to believe that we have some weight to this.
Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, I love to think that. But yeah, ultimately it's going to be on the shoulders of Danny and Chibi here. And yeah, like you mentioned, this is the first time that we're getting to see some of the players in the block tonight. We have, of course, been running trials all week long. We started on Tuesday, and they will continue until the 19th. So 6 to 8 and 8 to 10 blocks every single day. We're really grinding to try and get this roster put together. And yeah, like you mentioned, there are some players that we have not even gotten to see yet on the broadcast, still awaiting their trial blocks this weekend. So still lots to get through. We will be having some co-streams happening. So Tomathon is running a co-stream right now. I believe that he's going to be doing some co-streams throughout the weekend as well. We will have an official Saints broadcast on the 19th as well. So we'll be back then with this full setup here. But looks like we're ready to get into Blizzard World. And all right, it is going to be a pretty big change up in these compositions. So we are going to have the double flex support backline for Team 1 on the defense here. And Team 2 is going to go for that as well. A little bit of a different flavor here, where it is going to be more lock over on the Wuyong, Graveyard sticking on that Kiriko, Dust on the Wrecking Ball as well. This is so much fun to get to see, and we don't see it a whole lot on the defense specifically.
A lot of disruption, a lot of engage too, especially on Alma for this Echo. A good slam in for those sticky bombs to connect, and you got your targets locked in right away. Dust not really be connecting with Alma just yet, but you can imagine as we go on, that synergy is going to come in handy as we get the dive into the backline alongside Emran on this Reaper. Timed well between Hero with that defense matrix, keeps the Reaper away from any damage off of that anti-heal. And this is some good progress coming in from Team 2. Should be able to clean up this first point.
Yeah, I mean, not quite getting that first tick just yet. There we go. They are going to pick that up and late kill onto Warren. It looks like Dust is still lurking here. Wants to go in for just a little bit of ult charge in that damage. But yeah, that'll be the first point. Picked up pretty hastily here by Team 2. They're going to have more than 5 minutes as they roll in to the second point here. And they are going to not be able to take that high ground for free, though. So everybody from Team 1 did get that forward spawn. So you're going to get Leon and Beeman specifically kind of set up on that high ground. They need to get some space between them and Emran on this Reaper. You don't don't have anything form of a tracer to go for those flanks. So as long as you keep the distance, your flex support should be able to just focus on doing damage, getting the utility that they need.
Good push coming through so far, just to get it around the corner. Dust just into contest here and there. Burst it down, though, as everybody's going to make life miserable for Dust on this Wrecking Ball now. Without the tank, that's just go time for Hero to take space in the high ground. Warren gets caught there, bursted down by the micro missiles. And steady going for Team 2. I mean, we haven't really seen anything from Team 1 on these engages. I feel like even off the Echo pick here, Owwc hasn't really been noted.
No, it hasn't really been able to put a lot of pressure on to Hero on this D.Va. I think it is going to be the Captive Sun committed in from Beeman. Does it connect on to anyone? This is going to be the opportunity Team 1 needs to try and stabilize here, because Team 2 have made their way through most of the second point.
Well, I'm going to copy the Kiriko, see if he can get to that Kitsune rush to have a little bit of extra support in that ultimate factor. Wu Yang are going to pull that ultimate in. Suzu Dust actually not going to find any CC off that, and Morlock going to finish off the Wrecking Ball, getting closer to capturing the second point, as the Wrecking Ball does have those mines on the field for a second. Is going to be a contestant from Warren on this Emery, but as soon as Warren goes down, Hero taking control. Second point captured for Team 2. Dust swaps to the Doomfist, but not able to get there to contest in time.
I love the bomb from Hero on the point. Not looking for the limbs, just looking for the space, and he finds it. So it is going to be Dust swapping over onto the Doomfist here. You catch D.Va in a bit of a corner as well. This is going to be a nice point for the Doomfist to work with. Lots of kind of corners to try and slam people into. You don't have any ults to work with, however, so it's going to be just kind of dry fight for these two teams. And so far, Team 2 has been the one that's been coming out on top of these neutral fights. So as long as you can create some space with this D.Va so that Hyokyeon can find the picks on this Emre, should be able to keep moving through third point.
Yeah, I mean, this D.Va pick is great for Hero, just not just the peel, but the assistance on these engages for Emre to stay alive on this Reaper while diving this Ana that Leon Kennedy is playing. So impactful for the fights, and there's the peel coming inbound, and the Wu Yang going to make life really difficult for Dust to really make anything happen on this Doomfist. Kitsune rush now. Going to be met by the Override Protocol, Nano as well, so you imagine that there's a combo in the midst of Team 1's next fight. As soon as this Nano is going to be active, here's the Kitsune rush from Graveyard on the backline. Warren's going to pull that Override Protocol, but immediately gets bursted down. Emery finishes off the Emery, and Owwc drops as well. No DPS active for Team 1. You do get the Captive Sun, actually 8 by Hero's Defense Matrix. And Hero with the slam down. Just actually going to get rid of Emery, Emran holding on to this point, contesting it, not allowing this third point to get captured. Override Protocol now from Foreshadow. Looking for that backline, haven't found it. Bursting down, Dust going to be taken off of the D.Va bomb. And here's the copy in just to try to contest a little bit longer, but Owwc doesn't get it in time. And Team 2, nearly 3 minutes in the time bank, Rain.
I mean, this was just a stroll through Blizzard World for them, honestly. This is very, very impressive time to set to complete the map here. And you know what? I had been wondering throughout this entire block so far where the D.Va was for Hero. I have seen him play for SFU in the Canadian Collegiate League. D.Va has been very, very prominent for most of those matches, and I think that now that those Brawl tanks have been banned out here in Blizzard World, he's really getting to kind of show his stuff on this Hero. Fantastic job, kind of like you mentioned, creating the space so that Emran can go in safely on this Reaper, and then, I mean, eating the Captive Sun as well. That was going to be the game changer for Beeman to try and stabilize there for Team 1 on that third point. So really great stuff so far, and if you're Team 1 now, you are going to have to seriously rethink what you're going to go about with the composition here, because I really do feel that with this D.Va, you are going to have to either kind of ignore the D.Va altogether or try and match the D.Va.
Yeah, I really don't think you can look at it any other way. The Doomfist wasn't working. It's going to be interesting to see the way that they approach this one. I mean, you say it was a stroll through Blizzard World. It quite literally was a family outing to see what events were going on the map. Wasn't a big fan of what we got too from Alma on the Echo pick. You know, even on some of the copies that we did get, the duplicates not really amounting to too much in ultimates provided. So here we get a swap to the Tracer for Alma. We've seen the Tracer in the past, and definitely a pick that Alma can have impact on since we saw it on that Lijiang Tower, not to mention Dust on Winston. So it's Winston time.
It is Winston time, and that's going to work out nicely against this Zarya composition. All you have to be worried about is Emran on this Reaper. You cannot take double shotguns to the face with Dust, so I like this rotation up onto the high ground. You're going to be able to get Leon Kennedy and Beeman set up there, which is going to be so important. Beeman on this Brigitte, though, maybe going to be hard to kind of find the value that you're looking for, because there's not really a whole lot of dive in the form of Team 2. It is just burst damage.
Warlock actually opening up this fight with a kill onto Warren. So losing your Emery is going to be a little disheartening in terms of this attack. Immediately you can see Dust struggling to find any engage on this Winston. Just continued to get zoned off by the defensive bubbles that Hero continues to hold on to. There's just no targets.
Yeah, and the poke damage that's coming in from Hyohyun, Graveyard, and Morlock is just forcing this bubble out early from Dust. He's constantly having to just wait on a corner, wait for the armor to come online before he can go for an engage. So right now, if you're Team 1, you are just taking inch by inch until you build up to that nano.
Here we go, Alma now on the back of Dust. See if he can break through this backline. However, the Kitsune rush of Graveyard could keep everybody topped off, and Hero comes into play. Warren goes down last as Leon Kennedy finished off in the end of that fight. Dust, again, just it's the great engage, and you see that almost trying there. This peel coming out from Hero, not just on the Zarya, but the Diva as well from before. It's just so good to keep Graveyard and Morlock alive and sustained.
So even though that Alma has this pulse bomb, you're gonna have such a hard time trying to find value with it. You're either gonna run into a Zarya bubble, you're gonna run into a Suzu, you're gonna run into the Wraith form from Amarin. Right now, you're really looking to maybe just try and target out Morlock here, or use the pulse bomb to just try and burst some of this bubble damage down from Hero, who already has the graph ready to go for this next engage. You're gonna get hit with it.
Pulls the Winston back away from your support, and here's the Primal Rage. Just already down to half HP though. And Morlock's going to invest the ultimate too from the Wu Yang, so really hard to break through this backline. Graveyard's still going to go down to this Primal Rage. Overload Protocol. A lot of damage there onto Warren, and Morlock's able to clean that one up. Beeman goes down as well. Alma still holding onto this Pulse Bomb. Do you see it used onto the Zarya? No. Alma holding onto this ultimate still after the fight. And there's just nowhere to use it. Can't even get the Wu Yang at the end.
Morlock has been doing so fantastic on this Wu Yang, putting out so much damage, and then we saw the self-title blast as well. That's great peel potential here. Not only do you have really high mobility in this Kiri Wu Yang backline, but you're able to put out so much damage with both of these flex support heroes. So not a whole lot of time left here for Team 1. They are going to swap Dust over on to the Zarya. Beeman moving over onto the Iyari as well. And gonna be sent right back to the spawn. That is so rough for this engage from Team 1, because now you're really just looking at that pulse bomb and the nano.
Amarin looking for an early Death Blossom, especially if he can burst down these bubbles. And there you go. You go right for Leon Kennedy. However, nano's going to be used onto Dust. And Leon Kennedy going to be able to stay alive too with that anti-heal grenade. Now we did get Warren swap to the Vendetta. Graveyard immediately bursts you down there. The Kiriko finding so much value. Pulse Bomb just waiting. Suzu's gonna be gone. Wait out these bubbles, see if you can find something. Kitsune rush back in to contest this one, and Dust is the first one to go down, and then no Zarya bubbles. Emberin swaps to the Symmetra just to get back in time to help the team. They clear it out, they shut you down, and it's a first point hold coming out from Team 2. Exceptional work.
Yeah, that was really impressive. I really did like the backline swap up as well, and I think that moving over onto the Zarya Reaper for the defense worked out really nicely for them. They're able to kind of go in a bit aggressively with that bubble over onto the Reaper, but then you also have the ability to just play slow. We saw it in the very last fight. Everybody from Team 2 is just kind of huddled around a corner, waiting for that Kitsune Rush to come online. They allow a tick to go through. They're not really concerned about it. You burst out with that Kitsune Rush, take down Dust first, and yeah, usually the tank out of the fight does mean that you're going to have a really hard time staying in it. So good stuff here from Team 2, and I do like to see Hero getting to play some more of those off tanks rather than having the Mauga and the Ram, but I think it just goes to show that, you know, each one of these players do really have kind of their own specific strengths, so it's something that needs to be kept in mind as we go through these trials.
Yeah, I mean, Hero just shows great defensive play on the Zarya, on the Diva beforehand, Dust, in the way that Ramattra was played, the Mauga as well, just so many great fights off those engages. Even for the Junker Queen, I mean, just very oppressive in some of the tanks that we do see, you know, across the rest of the team too. I've been so impressed with the backline of Morlock and Graveyard since they've been put together there. The way that, you know, you see Morlock swap to the Wu Yang, just denying any of that dive potential from the Doomfist, the Wrecking Ball, and even the Winston towards the end, and Graveyard holding on to that Suzu, making it so hard for Alma to really have a pick on where to go for this Tracer. I mean, they're working so well. The synergy's there. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from these players.
Yeah, me too. So we'll see if there are any swaps in the teams, because of course Danny, the head coach, has been swapping some players around here and there. We did get note as well that for these last two maps, it is going to be the players themselves that get to pick out the hero bands. So that will be interesting to see as well. So we do still have the escort map to play. So I suspect that that's where we'll be heading next, is to escort, and then we'll probably finish out on a control map for that 6th map. So escort maps are notoriously played a little bit slower, where you don't really have that kind of flash point or control point to kind of work around. So I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe head over on to Watch Point Gibraltar, where you could kind of force a bit more of a dive. We've been seeing a lot of brawl composition from these teams so far, so maybe put us back over onto a map where you're expecting to play that dive, and then we'll see, of course, what the hero bands come in. I am just speculating. We don't know what map we're going to go to. Ooh, okay, we've got note that Rain's wrong. We're going to be going over to Rialto for escort. So you do still potentially have the ability to play dive, but I do think that there's a lot more flexibility in the compositions that could be played here.
Yeah, and it's going to be the teams guessing or picking the bands for this one, not Danny's. So, you know, beforehand, he's like, I want to see these guys play different tanks. You know, we've been seeing a little bit too much of the same thing. So it's going to switch up now to see what the players want to get rid of in their own rights. And maybe we'll get to see the Lucio yet again. I haven't really seen that. Morlock was great on that Lucio back on Lishang Tower. So many boops off the map. So many opportunities to see kind of where we go when we do get into Rialto for this one. But again, guys, you know, we just appreciate you for sticking around. So we get into map number 4?
5?
Five of this one. We only got 6 maps to go through. We've been rolling through these. So we got maps 5 and 6 coming through. Monkey and Ana going to be banned for this one as we go to Rialto. So no Winston, no Ana. I was just reading the chat there. They wrote Monkey, not me. I know he's a scientist at the end of the day. But it's, yeah, we get to go to Rialto for this one. And no Winston, no Ana. So maybe a target there to deny any potential dives.
Yeah, it kind of does feel that way. You definitely still can play the Diva if you want to play some dive. I think that the Ana is a good ban as well. Not sure which team went for that Ana ban, but we do typically get to see some Ana be played on Rialto, especially first point, where you have those really long sight lines. More so on the defense rather than on the attack here. But that anti-nade can also be very, very oppressive, especially towards a Mauga or any of those kind of brawl tanks. The Diva, of course, has the opportunity to try and deny that anti-nade with the defense matrix. But I feel like getting an Ana ban out here is maybe signaling that we could end up back on the Mauga. It's not a guarantee. There is still a lot of high ground to be controlled on Rialto, which is tough for the Mauga. But if you want to just try and force a fight on point, you can absolutely get that done with a Mauga.
Yeah, why not? I think I'm wondering if we're going to see any change-ups to the DPS, because, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Emery, of course, you know. Born on Rudisapi brought out the Soldier 76. Alma had the flex to the Echo in our previous game. A lot of Tracer, a little bit of Sojourn here and there sprinkled in, but it's been mostly lately between our last 2 maps, between Atlas and what we saw before for the Reaper pick from Emirates. So I wonder if Reaper is still going to be a forefront here going into Rialto as well.
It definitely is possible. It's a little tough. It is really long sight lines here, but looks like Emeren is going to try to make that happen.
Well,
They
like
now team 2 is on the attack, so they have an opportunity to maybe make some swaps here. But I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for this Ashe versus Widowmaker here. On paper, Hyokyun should be able to have the advantage, but Warren is going to be able to put out a lot more consistent damage.
Yeah, I see if this Widowmaker can open up some early picks here. Hero on the Diva, so easy access to that high ground that you were talking about with this pick. Ramatra for Dust, which really, Dust was showing he had the edge to Hero on this Ramatra pick every single time that this matchup really came into place. Although it was going to be the Zarya, not the Diva, that those issues did come through with. So maybe this peel is going to be a little bit more fortunate for your team as Hero's going deep to see if he can clean up a couple of those kills. Won't happen. Has to go around, regroup. And all the while, this payload is getting a lot of progress.
Yeah, and now you have to forfeit this forward high ground if your team wants. You got to play for that second back high ground, and this is big for Team 2. They're trying to make a rotation around the side here. They need to try and avoid these sight lines of Warren, who again, just it's the consistent damage, but yeah, that is what Team 2 needed.
Now you're just waiting for Foreshadow to have a moment there. Also to know, we did swap over our tanks on either side, so Hero now with Team 1, Dust on Team 2. To see what Foreshadow and Emeren can do with this Ramatra break. Alma gonna burst down that Widowmaker. The focus beam, Dust taking a lot of damage off of the Diva bomb, and Alma looking for some angles here for the Echo, not able to finish off Emeren. So the Reaper is going to be able to regen and fight for this last 0.36 meters, see if this cap can come through in this first point, but Hero doing a great job at just contesting this one, allowing your team to fight through. Here comes the Nemesis form on the back of the Kitsune rush out of Graveyard. Warden goes down, Hero in trouble, but Leon Kennedy gonna invest theirs, although caught by the headshot of the Widowmaker. Foreshadow finds it, Emeren pulls the trigger on the Death Blossom, and a finisher there for Foreshadow to clean up both Hero and Beeman at the end to collect that first point. 4 minutes still on the clock.
Yeah, this is a great push to start off here for Team 2, and I always love to see the Kitsune Rush plus Death Blossom. It reminds me of the old Beyblade days with the Nano, so this is good for Team 2. Nice ult economy, gonna have 3 ults coming online to work with. Now, Alma does have this duplicate, and in this most recent patch, Echo can now copy her teammate, so we could see the copy go over onto the Diva, but no, it's going to be the Ram instead.
Warren's going to catch that first pick. Great shots coming through from your Ashe. D-Mech onto the Diva. Copy and the duplicate from Alma back onto the Ramatra, trying to work their way into the Annihilation, but it takes a little bit too long. Alma's not able to get there, and the Nemesis form for Dust outlives that. Will drop, but still Team 2 walking away with the fight. I like this call from Warren. Invest the bomb, contest the point, allow your team to at least fight this one without losing so much space.
Yeah, might have bought another fight here. Yeah, you're at the first corner here if you're Team 2. So it is going to be a swap. Actually, Warren's going to move over onto the Venture here. So another hero that we haven't gotten to see so far in this block. It's going to be a little bit tricky to put pressure as Hyokyun has swapped over onto that Ashe. So you are going to have the same long range damage to put contest onto Foreshadow here on Team 2. So you'll see what you can get done on the front line with this Venture instead.
Oh, Dust got to be careful here not to get caught by the focus beam. Alma taking a lot of damage. Warren already finding value on this Venture swap. Going to spin right into Foreshadow and take the Ashe out from Team 1. Graveyard not able to live. Focus beam's going to clean up the Kiriko, and got to be careful here for your Dust. Might want to just reset with the rest of your team.
Yep, that will be another stabilization here for Team 1. It's all about trying to burn down this clock now. Gonna have the Diva Bomb to work with and that Kitsune Rush from Leon Kennedy. You are gonna have that combo coming online for Team 2 of the Kitsune Rush and the Blossom here. As long as Hero can stay alive in this mech and have some defense matrix, you can deny a lot of the value from it though. So it's gonna be on to Team 2 to try and force some of that resource out.
Graveyard already dead. No Kitsune Rush for Team 2. Almost putting in some overtime now on this Echo. And not to mention just having so much compliments on a pickup from Warren here for this Venture. You try to go for the back cap. It's actually quite close to the back cap, but not going to happen. You hold on there, Team 1. And Alma, Warren starting to show some really good synergy between this Venture and Echo.
Yeah, I am really liking it. I think that almost working well with Hero as well. Having a high mobility tank to work with on the Echo is really, really important. And it's going to be Team 1 looking to go first in this fight. They still got to be worried about this back out, though. Foreshadow's looking for it. No!
They're going to get it.
No.
You go all in. Off the Kitsune rush, you forget what this game's all about. You can find as many kills as you want, but at the end of the day, if UC9, UC9, and we know that. Not a lot of teams want to give that one up. A little oopsie from Team 1. A little too overzealous on that initiation. However, you still got 2 minutes and 25 seconds to hold the third point. You're coming up on Tectonic Shock, Duplicate, Beat, and the Diva Bomb. Team 2 going to be able to match that with 4 ultimates of their own.
Yeah, this is going to be an explosive next fight here. So it's really going to come down to which team is going to use their ultimate first. You don't want to use the beat first, but you really do want to probably go for a duplicate here. And yeah, having 2 tanks to work with is going to be big for Team 1.
See if you can build up to that annihilation. Tectonic Shock out of Warren. That's going to force the beat from Morlock. And Warren's in trouble here. So Beeman's going to have to invest their own. Alma does get to the annihilation. Going straight for the backline. Good speed from Morlock. Gets you a little bit away from it. And you will get that annihilation done. But this is still an equal fight coming through. Foreshadow holding on to the pulse bomb. Dust going big on the annihilation to answer back for Team 2 to still continue to pave way for this push. And now it is red alert. You're in caution zone. You got to get a touch on, and you're going to get that Mauga swap from Hero.
Yeah, you're going to have to go for the Mauga. You're going to be able to live in this fight a little longer. Pulse Bomb is going to hit the floor here, but Team 2 now looking to just build up to this Blossom, and where you're so close to the edge, you know that Team 1 is going to be fighting right on this point.
Cameron's going to have it. Gotta find some neutral kills here, and Tamarin, as soon as you do, you rip that Beyblade open. Dust finds a second one. Morlock makes it 3. Here comes the team kill to put it away. Hero has so much health. There's just too much to do. What a push from Team 2. The swap up from Dust for Foreshadow and Emerin is full steam ahead. And what a difference this could have been if you didn't get back capped on point 2.
It's so true. That is the risk of not having a Tracer on your side, is that you have to be very cognizant of the Tracer on the other end here. And I think that Team 2 really kind of locked in on winning their front-to-back fights, where when you're up against the Diva composition is really looking to kind of tear apart those supports first, or at the very least the DPS here. And unfortunately, they were not able to get it done fast enough in the fight, so that even if you ended up getting a trade, you already had the Ramatra kind of walking on your back line. So unfortunately for Team 1, you got to be a lot faster with those fight cleanups if you want to run that composition. We did like what we were seeing kind of on the second point, right? We were seeing Alma and Warren working really nicely together on that Echo and Venture comp. But yeah, unfortunately, once you move into the third point, it's going to be a lot more focused on that Brawl composition. You don't really have as much high ground to work around, and Team 2 kind of just ran away with it at that point.
You know what, Rain? I think that is exactly what I look for when we swap into this second half. As soon as now you get the push out of Hero alongside Alma and Warren, and that synergy is going to be what I look for from them to kind of return the favor in this time, because we saw how good they were at just initiating fights on that second point. Unfortunately, you got back capped, but you were doing everything necessarily right. You just forgot about the objective along the way, and it happens. A little bit of a slip up. Now you get to right that wrong, swapping to the attacking side, seeing if you can kind of beat them in the time bank and provide a little bit more out of this pick, because Alma seems pretty set to stick with this Echo choice. Warren had the Venture out. Do we see him stick with the Venture? Most likely not, going into this swap onto the second half, but I do expect Hero to stick with this Diva, and it's been great, and I think that Alma, alongside this Diva, might be able to do some heavy lifting for the squad, and it looks like Warren's going to swap to that Sombra. Beeman's on the Jetpack Cat.
Okay, I know that Team 1 is on the attack side. Yeah, okay, it's going to be a swap over. I suspect the Jetpack Cat just a bit of a scouting tool here, which they are going to scout out Dust on the Domina here. So we have not gotten to see a whole lot of Domina. She was really strong for a small period of time, but once you add in the Lucio and you can really just walk onto the Domina, a lot of her kind of fight is taken away. Hero swapping over onto the Sigma as well. This is, again, just going to be about using that shield to block off the healing from the tank.
That's what we look for here. Hero on yet another different tank. Same thing with Dust. So things to note for them is You're getting Warren going all around the world to see if you can take care of Foreshadow on this Widowmaker. Alma trying to hunt for it as well, but you have yet to kind of cut off this space. Finally, you have him trapped away. Foreshadow's going to get hacked up, and Warren nearly catches it. Finally, Warren's going to pick up that kill, but in the midst of this fight, does find a trade onto Leon Kennedy, and losing the Kiriko, a little bit better of a trade that you're going to take there if you're Team 1. Or
That's
Team
true,
2.
yeah. Yeah, you're gonna get back pretty quickly here. Now, okay, dust falling though. Yeah, that is pretty big here for Team 1. They're still looking to push this forward. Now, don't be fooled by the colors, everybody. It is Team 1 that is on the attack now. The Hero's gonna fall though, so that is going to actually be the duplicate committed in. You gotta find a trade immediately here if you want to stay in this fight.
Yeah, almost going to be picked up there. Warren's still looking to pick something up with this Sombra. Good translocate, but Emran sitting waiting, finishing off the Sombra. That's going to contest this point. Seems like Team 2 figured out a way to just bunker down, even with Graveyard on this Baptiste. Now you have the Amp Matrix.
It's going to be a big point to use that Amp Matrix as well. Rialto first point, so many long sight lines. It's going to be about controlling the space here for Team 2. Prophetic Flux is ready to go for Hero. Warren has the EMP coming online as well, but yeah, the Amp Matrix in and Graveyard immediately out for blood.
Recreation's gonna whiff, and Hero just on the back foot. I don't mind this Sigma pickup, but, I feel like I'd like to see Hero just giving a little bit more to Warren and Alma with the follow-up. I mean, the sectioning off, you got Leon Kennedy and Beeman not even with you here. If you're Hero, you're just sitting around this payload.
All right, the Flux is still ready to go here for Hero. It seems like Team 2 is very, very split right now, though. Oh, yeah, falling all early as Alma. So, yeah, you got to look for the trade now.
Such a good hack. Come through, use the EMP, and that's going to deny any type of immortality to keep the Dominant alive. Dust goes down, and Emran trying to salvage this fight with the Death Blossom. You're going to do a lot of damage and stall this cart out for a moment. Pulse Bomb going to be invested as well from Foreshadow. Finds nothing in it, so should be a 3-stack on card to get this one a little bit closer. Alma looking to see if you can grab a couple more staggers on the way out.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard point here for Team 1 to try and cap up, because it is going to be the Panopticon ready to go for Dust. Kitsune Rush committed in, though. It's going to be the rally in response. So now it's about trying to find an opening kill, trying to survive through this Dominant ult.
Here we go. Charge barrier forward. And Dust is going to be able to find a couple easy cleanups there. Leon Kennedy cleaned up by the ult. 15 seconds left. You got to touch, and Beeman's going to be the last one off spawn. So Alma or Warren have to be the ones to go in and proc overtime.
Okay, Alma is lurking here. Spotted out, though, so isn't going to be able to get there for free. Who is it going to be that triggers the overtime? It will be a touch coming through. Heroes over on the Diva now, but you're going to have to be worried about all that damage from the AF Matrix.
And Matrix going to make this one hard, especially with the barrier coming in from the Dominant to just bunker down with the rest of your team. Alma gets caught by Dust, showing so much force from this Dominant pick. Staggered or stunned up into the wall. Hero D-Mech. This should be a full hold coming out from Team 2, making the necessary changes in Rialto to lock out Team 1 from this map on their attack. And a crazy one we get there. Not at all what either of us would have expected, and what we got from Team 1 on their first half.
Yeah, I'm honestly very impressed. Running the Domina is pretty tricky here, especially where there's all of that mobility that was on the side of Team 1. You had the Diva, you had the Lucio to work with. Warren was even on the Sombra here. So on paper, you should be able to really just kind of surround the Domina, go for the collapse, or just ignore the Domina altogether and just kind of go for that backline. But we saw a really good job from the Team 2 to just really kind of control those angles. So I'm very impressed getting to see a hero that I didn't really think had a really strong place in the meta, and Team 2 really worked around it very well.
Yeah, even just looking past all the different variations of the teams that we did see. Dust playing the Ramatra, good as ever, as we've seen all day long through this scrim block. Had so much force in this first half. I didn't mind this from Warren. Gave it a chance to have an extra touch, an extra fight for the team. But as soon as they went for it, that back cap is really what pulled the rug out from underneath Team 1 throughout their defense. And if not that, I think, you stay a little bit more vigilant on holding on to this point. We probably could have seen this drawn out a couple fights longer, but I mean, it's a great boop from Morlock to allow you to capture that one. Hero's not able to get there, and then this big team fight that comes out from these ultimates that are used. Dust makes a big play with the Annihilation, again like we've seen him, but it's been Graveyard and Morlock just continuously having their oppression off their ultimates, always being there to allow Dust now to be enabled by that. That just gives so much to their push at the end.
Yeah, it's such a good point. I am really enjoying the ult usage from Team 2, especially on Rialto here, but honestly, pretty consistently for Dust, Graveyard. They've been able to find value with their ults throughout this entire block so far, and that can be really hard to do, I think, especially where the tank ult is sometimes, kind of hit or miss depending on the positioning of the other team, but Dust has really been able to make it happen, so I'm interested to see how these teams are going to play into map number 6, where we are going to go back over onto control, and they are going to be in control of those bans as well, so yeah, not going to... I think that they could technically go for the same bans here, so maybe we get another Winston on a ban. I don't think that there's a limit on how many times these players can ban out a hero, but I think that just with the amount of flexibility that we saw in Rialto, it's going to be hard to kind of determine what hero you're going to want to take off the field for either of these teams.
Yeah, 100%. I think that this is definitely something that we might be seeing the teams stick with. They seem pretty confident in playing what we've seen so far. The Ramatra picks, the Emre picks, Reaper coming out a lot. Kiriko, Lucio seems like a pretty set standard between that back line. When we get to see them playing this Lucio pick as well, and it's been great for kind of deciding where the strengths are on each side. I think that it's really important again to note Dust has just looked so good on this Ramatra, even swapping teams now. I mean, you switch it around, and I did like the amount of pressure that you were getting from Hero on this Diva pick, and he's been great even on the Zarya. Moments there on the Sigma too, pairing up with Warren on that EMP for that, Gravitic Flux. You still see Dust, though, outliving the rest on this Ramatra pick. The Domina, too, flexing over. Just seems like he is in full takeover mode in this tank role, no matter which team he's on. And we did get the bans going into Oasis now for our 6th and final one for this block reign. It's going to be Malga Reaper taking out. That's a big change. Still, Ramatra's going to be up, but we get to see Emran on somebody else.
Yeah, I quite like the Reaper ban coming through. We will see a bit of a flex over onto one of these other flex DPS here. We did have Foreshadow playing the Tracer as well, which typically you would kind of have your flex DPS play that, so we might see Emran move over on to the Tracer. We'll have to see, though. Oasis, I think that or you weren't necessarily going to get to see the Malga, but you know what? Malga has been forced in some stranger places, so I think that dealing with the high ground of City Center and Garden, I feel like you would have been okay on that Malga. But I think, yeah, we're probably going to end up back over on the Ramatra for Dust. I'm anticipating Hero's going to go over. Oh, okay, this is not what I was predicting as well. Dust is coming out on the Reinhardt of all things here. So this is going to be a heavy brawl composition for both of these teams. Emran is going to flex over onto the Mei here as well. So that's going to be a quick rotation out of Hookah here for Team 1. They do not want to get split by these Mei walls.
This is where we're going to see Team 1's communication on those Mei walls. See where the focus is going to come. In fact, you don't want to be sectioned off by Emran here because it's going to be easy targets for both Warren and Dust to jump right on. Dust taking a lot of damage. This early Immortality Field going to be invested to the fight, and Dust stays alive. You have first cap as well from Team 2. The Team Well still not going to let out the gas for this one at all. Hero starting to work his way into it. High ground for Alma getting contested. Dust going to be forced on back, and here's the flip on the other side.
Okay, Team 2 might not feel super great about letting that one go for free. They got 10%, but nobody stopped to go for the touch here. Nice
oh, no.
in. All right, taking Hero out is a very good way to get this point back over in your favor.
Well, still not done, though. They're keeping a toe on, and Dust ends up falling. You're down Graveyard, too. No Baptiste means not a lot of sustain for some of these heroes. A lot of damage coming out from Foreshadow in that backline. Emran jumps on to at least stagger himself or stall out for a long time, but you don't have the point in control. So back to the reset, and Dust swaps to the Sigma.
Okay, yeah, Sigma. Oh, no, gonna match on the Orisa here. Also noting as well that we had a hit scan swap here, so Warren will be over on Team 2, and then Foreshadow over onto Team 1 here. And Team 1 are going to get themselves set up on the high ground here. This is a great place to be if you have a Deadeye to work with here, but lots of ults coming online for Team 2. This Amp-Matrix alone could force some positioning.
Deadeye up top. No targets right now. Pulsebomb's gonna pull it through the Immortality field. Amp-Matrix from Graveyard. Providing a lot of healing to Dust on that front line. Here's the Kitsune rush from Leon Kennedy. Free's going to be invested from Emran to see if he can re-engage, really stall this one out. But Leon Kennedy's going to find Emran nonetheless. The May goes down, and here comes Team 1 charging on through this fight. Spear's not going to land, but you're forcing Dust away. And even through the cold form, Orisa just not able to live through this one. 75% now.
Yeah, Team 1 is looking good. They have this Terror Surge to work with, and they're going to have the beat as well. Morlock will be able to match that beat, and Warren has a Deadeye of his own to work with. Emran has made the swap over onto the Sim here, so looking to avoid a lot of that poke damage that comes through from that Orisa and the Cassidy. Like the rotation towards coast side here, but it's going to be fairly telegraphed, and Team 1 are going to be able to meet them exactly where they have to.
It's a quick TP, though, to avoid the Terror Surge. And you flip this one out. Overtime going to be procced. Dust finds Foreshadow. No more Cassidy. And an advantage now in the fight. Nearly going to take down Graveyard there with the spear into the corner. But Leon Kennedy's going to be the first Kiriko to fall in this fight. Symmetra, Emran going to burn right through the Orisa. Hero goes down. And Team 2 stays alive. First point.
Alright, and Emran on this Sim going to have a lot more defensive capability than offensive. I think now if you're Team 1, you really do have to focus down this Symmetra. The longer that you let her stay alive in the fight, the more charged up she's going to be, and Hero will just get melted down. So, you have to be real careful.
Do we get a Terror Surge TP?
Ooh, it'd be pretty good. I could see it happening. Maybe.
Well, Dust not going to be sitting next to that Symmetra anymore. Just making sure you plant your feet on this point. You don't allow Team 1 to flip it like they did earlier. Foreshadow going to look for an angle, and you still see... you still see Alma taking some space behind, but Morlock's going to beat the Tracer off the map, and here comes the fight from Team 1. Deadeye from Foreshadow on the back line, looking for some targets, but everybody forced in the hallways, holding on to that contest as best as you can, but you're losing players fast, and Leon Kennedy with Hero cleans them up. They are done. That's going to be the overtime candle burning out. The first point coming out all the way to Team 1 side.
I like what I'm seeing. I think that the Sim swap was pretty clever. I like to see some counter swaps come through in my Overwatch. We got, what, 50 some heroes now to work with, so I think that being able to see a few of them here is really important. Now, as we move over to Garden for the City Center for the next sub map, it is going to play similar to Garden, where you are still going to have that kind of high ground to be contested. So I suspect we could still stick with the Cassidys for both of these teams, potentially the Orisas as well, where you can more or less just kind of force fights in kind of on the sides of the point rather than just standing out in the open. But I don't expect that we're going to get to see the Symmetra here again. It's not impossible, but I do think that you're not going to have as many kind of corners to hide around.
No, not as many. You're still going to see that early TP coming up from Alma. That's because the Tracer pick has been so good.
Yeah.
Emran going to mirror this one, and Warren back onto the Emery. Dust playing the Winston. See if this Winston can battle against the D.Va, but we know these micro missiles can provide a lot of issues for a Winston pick, and Dust has to be careful for that.
Yeah, you gotta be worried about Foreshadow on this Cassidy as well. It is gonna be a lot of consistent damage. Not as much burst damage as the Emray is gonna be putting out, and you don't have the self-peel in the form of the lifesteal that the Emray is able to provide here, but it is still going to be consistent damage nonetheless, so you're gonna have to kind of allow your Tracers to take the duel on the sides and then really open up the space for your hit scans to work with their magic.
This is gonna be fun, seeing Alma match Emran now. Having to play off that Reaper has been quite the change, but first point still in contention. Neither team finding an edge quite yet. Ult charge building. Graveyard very much equal to Leon Kennedy on both sides. So Kitsune Rush getting worked on. Here comes Dust now for the dive. No hinder, and Leon Kennedy goes down. Great follow-up from Emmerin. Morlock takes down Foreshadow, and the dive off the back of Dust. So good, so well-oriented. And that should be a capture early for Team 1.
Team kill to celebrate as well, so excellent stuff for them to play patiently throughout that. You know, as a point gets contested for a really long time, that's when teams will start to make tiny little mistakes there. So Team 2 playing their corners and waiting to go in for the engage together. You like to see it from Emmerin and Dust. Rayguard's going to have the Kitsune Rush to work with as well, but Team 1 were in that fight for just as long, so they have a lot of ults coming online right now as well. They just need to find the positioning to make these ults find their value.
Dust is doing so good at contesting this backline, but hindered, and Alma is going to be able to burst that down with the help of Hero on the Diva. Pulse Bomb whiffs. You're still in a 6-on-5 or 5-on-4 for this fight. Beeman and Foreshadow could bring you back into the battle, and there's the flip back in for Team 1 now in control, still with 4, now 5 ultimates online.
Yeah, this is big for Team 1. They did a great job splitting Dust off from the supports there, and then the hinder prevented that Primal Rage from coming online. So Dust will have that to work with for this next fight. Warren has this override protocol. Oh, but yeah, gonna get sent back to the spawn. It's a good first pick here.
Traded out though. Hero gonna finish off Morlock, and there's the speed gone. Primal Rage gonna be invested just to stay alive with the Kitsune Rush all the way to the backline. See if he can follow things up, but Beeman is going to use the speed just to keep the team alive. Dust able to shred through the Kiriko. Leon Kennedy does go down. There is still somewhat of weight in this battle for Team 2. That's going to be the overall protocol and the re-engage on the back of Morlock's beats, and 60% now off their time. They're getting so much off this.
Yeah, it's a big ult commit there from both of these teams, so we're kind of back to square one here, but Team 2 are going to have that positional advantage. Dust over on the Doomfist as well is going to be chasing down anybody that dares cross his path. This Deadeye online for Foreshadow is something for Team 1 to work with, but it's going to be hard to really find the value. It's just about zoning and then trying to have everybody else find the kills.
Foreshadow looking for a target. There's the flip. Deadeye's going to run out. And Dust on this Doomfist going to look for a way in, but just zoning off this Diva as best you can. Grouping up with your supports. Emery now has the Pulse Bomb online. Who's going to be the target? Not an easy one to dictate. Most likely going to be looking for Foreshadow wherever this Cassidy is going to be sitting. But with Team 1 in control at this point, all they look to do is contest this one. And as soon as Dust goes in, the hinder is going to take the Doomfist out of the fight. Numbers now for Team 1 to continue to hold on to this point as best they can. Just rotating around with Team 2. And this dance, so fun to watch.
Yeah, it is, and this is exactly what you need if you're playing this Cassie, is you need to continuously be on the move. Now, Dust is going to swap off of that Doomfist over onto the Winston here. It's even numbers as we come onto the fight, but Team 2 are looking to find the opening here because they only need one more fight win to take part.
Less damage from Dust and the Leon Kennedy. Emerin to find that backline to finish that up. Pulse Bomb from Alma is going to land on the Morlock, and even though the Diva Bomb doesn't find an angle, might be a way in for Team 1 to follow up off the space gain. Warren and Emerin say no, and they continue to keep Team 2 in control. 90 seconds or 90%. Is anybody going to be able to touch Emerin? You'd think. Maybe Alma can get there. Foreshadow's going to swap to the Genji. 4%. Somebody's going to have to do it, and you will get Alma. No, he just barely misses.
Oh, it's so close. Honestly, it's really great headshots there from Graveyard as Alma was trying to make just a beeline for the point, takes one kunai to the dome, rethinks his plan momentarily, and that just slows things down just that one, like half a second even, and it would have been able to trigger the overtime. So, hey, we are all tied up here on Oasis, so we'll go over to University to be the deciding sub-map here, which team gets to claim the victory. It's been fun to see some of these comps. I think that you kind of mentioned it, is just, it feels like the teams are kind of playing like ring around the rosy, just walking around the point, always on the rotation, and that is such a sign of a really good understanding of macro composition here that we're seeing from these players. Just really goes to show how impressive we ended up with for Team Canada's trials. I think that especially Foreshadow on that Cassidy, you don't have any movement cooldown, so you can't
yeah.
afford to have that dive come in and then react. You need to be anticipating it. So I do like to see the adjustments that are made to fit the composition that you want to run. And on the other side of things, I do like to see the swaps that came through, Dust showing us a bit of Doomfist, some Winston. You mentioned it as well. This flexibility is very important.
It is, and it's not even, you talk about those rotations for Team 2, they're doing it well. Dust is playing some pretty high engaged heroes like the Doomfist, like the Winston, you don't get that peel from, and the fact that those rotations are just communicated so well from Team 2, that's just something that you like to note in the comms of this team. Warren, so much damage onto Beeman, loses 2 on the other side, so this is still an equal fight for the initial percentage of this point, and Emran sticking on this Symmetra, making it really hard for Hero to just live on this point, tries to beeline it for Warren, but Warlock's going to be there to back you up, and nobody has been able to cap this just yet. Alma dies to dust.
There's so much contention for every single one of these points on Owwc. This is a very evenly matched couple of teams we have here. But as I say that, Team 2 will pick up the first percentage here, and having Emran on that Symmetra is going to be able to lock this point down, so you're just going to have that extra little bit of pressure on Team 1 as they try to make a rotation towards the point here. Foreshadow right now on kind of the mini side of the map probably does want to make a rotation up to this high ground though, especially with this Deadeye coming online.
I like this Emran pick onto the Symmetra. I mean, these easy rotations from Orisa, but for the rest of the team too, just matching these rotations from Team 1. Haven't been able to take that high ground away, and as soon as you do, Morlock just boops you off the map, so you lose your Kiriko. Here's the Terra Surge, it's big! And Foreshadow gets caught, Dust will die, but the follow-up from Team 2 finishes off all you need to. And Emran might just look to turn around, TP your Orisa back to point.
Thinking about it, gonna put the turrets up first. No, Orisa's on your own. I think that Morlock might have gone back for the taxi, however, so Team 2 is gonna be in a pretty good position here for this recontest. Almost gonna swap over onto the Pharah, so you are going to have a lot of poke damage that's gonna be going in onto that Symmetra now, but Team 2 have the Kitsune Rush for this next fight. It looks like Leon Kennedy will be able to match, but Team 2 is gonna start off first and see if they can get anything out of it.
Kitsune Rush on both sides. You lose Morlock and you lose Foreshadow. Dust with the spear is actually going to catch Beeman. So Lucio down, making it hard. You do stop the remake. That's a big play from Dust. Drops right down for the Mega. And you trust in your team to clean up, and so you do. Horn for the override protocol. Cleaning up house. 16% is all Team 2 needs to win this point and close out the scrim block.
And you have pretty much nothing to work with here. Beeman will be able to build up to the beat if you can stay in the fight long enough, but that is also just assuming that you're going to get the overtime proc. Looks like Hero will be able to get the first touch. No, it'll be Alma to dap a toe on the point, but now it's overtime, and Emran's going to have this photon barrier.
With the toe tap, there it is. Another opportunity here for Team 1. Has the beat. There's the photon barrier. Is just going to cut that point in half, and you're trying your best here if you're Dust just to zone them away. Still, though, you're keeping that overtime alive. Dancing on the edge of death. Here comes Hero. Sound barrier. It's the backline. You're trying to track down a couple of kills. Foreshadow goes down, but so will Emran. Beat on the other end. Morlock's trying to re-engage, and Graveyard goes so low, but no death. Alma cut down in the barrage. And it's an overtime fight in favor of Team 2 now, trying to close this one out here and now. Scoreless on the side of Team 1. Hero doing his best. Stuff going to invest that Terra Surge. Not a lot of health on this Orisa. And it looks like the flip will come through, but can they hold on?
Somehow, someway, still holding on. It is going to win out. The Orisa's traded out, but the Tracer on the point here. So Team 1 managing to stay alive through that. Now, notably, Hero did pick the shield perk here. So, Emran's actually going to swap off the Sim, so you're not going to have to be worrying about that. But yeah, the Sim would be able to... Yeah, that's honestly a good swap here for, Dust over onto the Ram as well. So you're going to have a lot of that Annihilation to build up to. There's 99% here, so Team 2 aren't really in a huge rush to get this point flipped over, but I'm sure they would love to clean things up fairly quickly. They're going to have to worry about a Terra Surge and a Pulse Bomb ready to go too, though.
Yeah, might be both work together, but everyone's going to fall, and you might not need it. So here comes the attack. Graveyard, Kitsune Rush. Don't want to invest it too early as you are down a player. Shields perk for Hero, and there's Foreshadow's Pulse Bomb. Catches Warren, so this fight is over. You see the rest of Team 2 just going to back up. You don't want to feed into the ult charge anymore.
No, and it's maybe an overcommit here from Team 1, but no, they will be able to get out safe and sound. So another storm weathered here for Team 1. Hero takes a chunk of damage, but we'll be able to get back around the corner. So now you're building up some ultimates on both of these sides. It's going to be kind of these Kitsune rushes coming online first, and Warren having that override protocol could be all the damage that Team 2 can.
Oh, the Terror Surge finds nothing. Shield's gonna look to section off Dust, but the override protocol goes up and over the shield right to Leon Kennedy. Kitsune Rush was invested early, so it's not gonna be there for Team 2. Still, you're winning this fight. Still, you're ripping through them, and Dust in the Nemesis form ripping through once again. Overtime, one more time, but nobody from Team 1's gonna get there to keep this one going. And it looks like Team 2 is going to close the scrim block with a win on Oasis. Rain. What a game we saw. All 3 points bangers.
Yeah, honestly, it's nice to see just how much contest came through on the first fight for all of these points. Definitely, these players brought their best show to the tryouts tonight. It's so much fun to get to watch them. But hey, there's still more Overwatch to be had as well. I do believe that some of these players will be sticking around for the 8 to 10 as well. So nice that they are warmed up and ready to go. I know that Warren is going to be sticking around for sure. So it'll be interesting to see how the dynamic will change, as we'll have kind of a fresh set of players coming in as well.
Yeah, and now, we've gone through a couple of the early days, Rain, from, seeing the scrims come together for the tryouts for Team Canada. I mean, today, maybe a couple of changes in terms of heroes that you've seen. What stood out to you today?
Definitely, I think the amount of flexibility that we got to see from Dust and this tank role has been pretty impressive. I think that a lot of these Overwatch World Cup teams, now it is 7 players that are signed. There's not a requirement on what players play for role-wise. You, of course, need to have your 5 standard ones, but the 2 extra heroes players can play kind of any role. We have been seeing a lot of teams go for the 2 DPS, 2 tanks, 3 supports. Not required, but it is a pattern I've been seeing. So I think that when it comes to the tanks, you kind of can lean into having a tank that is a little bit more specialized here. But if you could have a tank that can more or less just cover kind of all of the brawl tanks, all of the dive tanks, that'd also be very beneficial as well. So definitely impressed with the amount of heroes that we got to see. Yeah, from both teams, honestly, all of the players putting up a great showing. But I think that you got to kind of keep in mind that kind of numbers, right? This is only 7, so it's going to be hard, I think, for maybe the DPS that are more specialized to maybe find a place on the roster where you are anticipating that the 2 DPS players that get signed are going to be the DPS players that are in for every single match. So something to keep in mind as we go forward. It's not a requirement, but I haven't seen a team that signed 3 DPS outside of EMEA.
I mean, that's a good stat right there. That's pulled from Rain right away. No, it's going to be hard to decide. Only so many places on the roster. Still so many days for the tryouts. And fortunately enough for you and I, we don't have to make that decision. That's for somebody else to make that decision. So I'm really happy that that is not our job to do right now. We leave that to our coach and our general manager. But that's going to be it for us on this scrim block for our Overwatch World Cup tryout. We still have more, though, so everybody that's tuning in, don't go away. Make sure that you keep the tab open. Make sure that you continue to watch, because we got Marks and Evan going to be joining on the cast to take you through the rest of it. So we'll go to a break, get things swapped up, and we'll see you soon with some more Overwatch.
Welcome back, everybody, to the lovely Overwatch tryouts here for Team Canada. My name is Marks, and now I'm here with Evan. How you doing, Evan?
I'm doing great, Mark. I think it's going to be a great night and a good opportunity for us to showcase some of the Canadian Overwatch talent. And I mean, we've had a good look already. Got to give a shout out to our previous casters for covering the last bit of scrims in the last 2-hour block, and now we're going to get to see some other faces, some new challengers trying to take their spot on this Team Canada roster. But I mean, so far from what we've seen, I think this is going to be a really, really tough decision to really narrow this field down. A lot of really good players have really made their name known so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, there can only be 7. So, given all of the players that you saw in the last scrim block, and then we're also going to be watching the tryouts for this block, and once again, this is going all week long. So, there are so many players that are kind of getting into this one, just trying to see whether or not they can bake their stake at joining Team Canada here.
And it's going to be a really stacked team, I think. We were sort of discussing and looking over some of these players that we're going to be looking at in this block, this 8 to 10 block. I mean, a lot of tier 1 experience, some veterans of Team Canada's of old, some St. Clair representation as well. I mean, we can give a shout out to them when the time comes, but I mean, all things considered, this block, a lot of really, really solid talent. And I mean, I'm just glad it's not my job to figure out who has to be on this team, because frankly, I have no idea how I would even make that decision.
Well, also, you are from St. Clair, so I have a feeling there might be a little bit of bias in making that decision.
Well, neither here nor there, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, of course. But, I mean, if we had to take a look at some of the players that are going to be in this current block, like you were mentioning, we do have some players from St. Clair, but we also have a couple of bigger names. Obviously, Warren will be returning as from the previous scrim or tryout block, coming back into this one. A couple of changes related to the rest of the team. But we also have that tier 1 experience, exactly like you mentioned, with False, who was previously on the Vancouver Titans way back in the day, stepping back into that tank role for the tryout here.
Man, rip the Overwatch League. I mean, that seems like gone but not forgotten, unfortunately. And like you said, Falls coming out of retirement and a former member of the 2023 World Cup squad for Canada. So this is definitely a face that, you're going to want to keep an eye on as somebody who might be able to retake their space. And having that previous Tier 1 experience, he's going to be a valuable asset potentially for your Team Canada this year. So that's definitely somebody I'm going to have an eye on. But you also have his former teammate in Magic Mateballs on the same scrim team as him, also experience with TSM as that support player, big in the contender scene. So a lot of really big names on this team too. I think that's definitely the one we were talking about. Definitely the one that looks a little bit more stacked, I think, out of the two.
Yeah, and once again, just to run through the roster on Team 2, that is going to be False on the tank. We've got Noxious and Razor, a duo that you mentioned, Evan, are going to be extremely strong on the DPS, and then Gorilla and Magic Mateball rounding out that support line. But then on Team 1, we've got Icy as our tank. Warren and Alex will be stepping into DPS, and then Graveyard and Redex will be our supports for that team.
The St. Clair representation evenly spread out between both of these teams. On Team 1, you have Alex and Redex, and then on Team 2, it's going to be Noxious and Razor. And yes, like we mentioned, this DPS duo of Noxious and Razor, definitely one you're going to want to keep an eye on. Noxious, sort of that hit scan player, but at least on the St. Clair sphere, known for being ultra aggressive in the way he plays DPS. He's not afraid to ego challenge. He's not afraid to swing out and try and find some big kills, and he's definitely going to try and make a big play. And you have him on someone like Emery, somebody who could just absolutely light you up if you have a solid aim. Definitely going to be very, very dangerous.
And already starting out on control points. Wouldn't have it any other way. And already just trading blows between these two squads. A pretty interesting lineup. Differences of composition, specifically that Tracer versus against that Pharah.
I mean, we have this Pharah. I mean, I like the call because Pharah could definitely do some solid damage when given the right hands. But with someone like Noxious on the other side, like a Pharah is just a hit scan player's best friend at that point. You just make yourself just a flying target in a lot of situations. So Alex is going to have to be careful. His teammate definitely going to have a target on him. But so far, not really much of an impact being made this Team 1. Team 2 dominating on the points so far, although Team 1 trying their best to break through. That is going to be Alex finding that pick onto False, but not enough to really start a push for this Team 1.
No, and even though that is the tank that is going to be going down, you saw the trade happen just at the very end there. Warren going to be able to at least pick off Mateball, so the trades are still going on all over the place. And yet, finally, Team 1 should be able to convert this site over, as Team 2 is going to get up to 34%. False coming in on the back line, just trying to stall things out for a little bit longer, give the team a bit more time to regroup here. As Noxious now going to be looking for an off angle. Point is going to turn around, and yep, that's going to be Redix down. Noxious with an excellent kill to start off this next fight.
And that's exactly what we've been talking about. This is a guy who has just been falling out all semester for St. Clair, and he's going to try and get active with his ult. He's going to find Graveyard, so a support down for Team 1. That's a detrimental loss for the side. In Team 2, they are going to be able to take over thanks to that Emery ult.
Yeah, you swap it over just for a second, but then you see the override protocol get activated, Noxious flying up into the air, and stays alive in the midst of all of that. That's one of the big things about the override protocol. You kind of make yourself a walking target. Speaking of hit scan players, and Warren, no person to sneeze at either. Team 1, now to be going through, it is going to be the Kitsune Rush coming in from Graveyard, a counter Kitsune Rush coming out from the other side. Icy as well does have the explosion if necessary, as it's going to be all of the ultimates in the world trying to make something happen. Warren up top, looking for it, putting in that damage, but it's all just a little bit too late. Team 2 just swipe across the board and find that nice little team kill in order to make sure they hold on to that point.
And that's a great use of the beat drop from Magic Mateball, because that Warren ult, that Emery, we've seen how devastating it can be, and that beat drop just completely saves Team 2 there, and that's the catalyst for this team kill right there. Team 2 looking very, very strong, very cohesive as a unit right now. It just doesn't seem like Team 1 has really had some opportunities, but that's going to be a good start, as Concussion Blast going to send Noxious off the edge, and it's going to give Icy some space on the point, and Team 1, right at the stroke of midnight, they count the point once again. Let's see if they can hold on to it, though.
That should just be cleanup at this point. False getting pretty low here, but just trying to stay alive at this point, as it is going to be Team 1 flipping the point around, so Team 2 will have to back up and regroup, but they still have the Diva ult ready to go. On the other side, though, I'm looking at Pharrell. The barrage could be huge here, as the teams are going to start re-engaging. Razor already taking a lot of damage, not going to hit the recall just quite yet. Icy getting a little bit hyper-aggressive, waiting for a chance to try and push the other team out here, gain a little bit more percentage, but it is just going to be blows as Alex for that opportunity to get the barrage online.
And you got to make sure your Team 2, you keep an eye on Alex. Like you said, you have to assume that he has his ult right now, and then a fair barrage that goes just unnoticed, just sort of leave him to his own devices. That could be a team push ruiner right there. We'll see if that ends up coming through. That is Alex breaking out the barrage, but he's just going to be met full force from Noxious. He's going to find one pick though, but probably not as effective as Alex was hoping for. Team 1 still in control though. It's Team 2 doing their best to break in. 2 ults to work with. You do have Razor's Pulse Bomb, but not really enough to really get a team push started. And if you're Team 1, this has been a solid hold. Let's see if they can hold out for these last couple seconds. They're really trying their best. Kitsune Rush there, just full sending it into the spawn of T2. But look at this. Might potentially find the C9, but looks like they get back in time. Team 2, last-ditch effort. But Team 1, they've come back from the brink.
And now overtime burning away here. Team 2 have to make presence onto the spot. It's going to be Warren, though, activating the override protocol. They're at least able to extend just a little bit longer, but it is just going to be raining down from above as Warren is going absolutely hunting and zoning out, icing out Team 2. Sound Barrage just to try and get back onto the space and try and make this happen. The self-destruct will be used just for that remech here. It's an absolute brawl on the site as Team 1 are desperately trying to hold on to things. But still, though, Noxious in the backline is not going uncontested at all. Looking for those opportunities, finding all of the damage necessary. Razor falling extremely low, but Team 1 still holding on to things with a little bit of a vice grip. Alex still up top just pelting down bullets as Razor just trying to stall things out, buy a little bit more time for the rest of Team 1 to be able to circle back around. And yet, finally, the cavalry is going to come raining in onto the site here. As Icy is going to be Diva contested up against the other side of False. Overtime Wick still burning down. This is going to be a fight for the ages as teams get closer and closer to their ultimates.
This has just been an absolutely insane overtime on map number 1, and it's still not over yet. False finds the pick onto Redix Razor, another one for Team 2, but they still have to wrestle it away from Team 1. They are still very much in control of this Diva v Diva right now. Can False win this battle with Icy? They do eventually push him out, should be able to demech this Diva. the support not there for Team 1, although they do eventually get back to the graveyard. Coming flying in is the Lucio, or the Jetpack Cat, I should say. Razor going crazy with a 15 kill streak. Team 2 somehow back in control, and they will take it after an absolute mosh pit on point number 1. My goodness.
Yeah, you wanted this to be as competitive as you could be. Well, it turns out that was actually going to be the case for just our very first point here. That wasn't even the end of map number 1, and you can tell that this is super competitive. But big shout out to Razor and False holding on to that point for as long as they could in order to make sure that Team 2 had enough time to be able to stall out and come back in full force. And I think that the panic swaps coming through from Team 1 just in the longevity game made it so that they couldn't really hold on to it. And flipping things over to Team 2's victory.
Yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to Razor, and that's sort of what he's known for. At least that St. Clair is being this insanely, good, annoying, whatever word you want to use. He's just so effective in his role as his tracer, and like you said, you got to give credit to him because him staying alive for so long, that gives Team 2 the chance to regroup and reset and try and break in to the point. And they get it done, but you got to give Team 1 some credit as well from coming back from the break. I think they are at, 17% when they recap the point, and then they come all the way back to force that marathon of an overtime. So definitely a lot of credit going both ways, and we should definitely point out that in these modes, it's going to be all 3 maps we play, yeah. So everybody going to get a chance to go the distance. We'll see how each team does. But I think we've seen already that both these teams fairly even on the onset. We'll see if Team 1 can answer back with a solid round of their own.
And no team swaps at all for the compositions on both these teams. Already warned. Kind of getting picked off nice and early by Magic 8-Ball, so that should allow for Team 2 to be able to pick up this site, which is exactly what's going to happen. False is going to be the first one to get that capture online. Noxious as well. Finding a nice little pick onto Red X's. Yeah, gun down that Pharah. That's the whole point. Warren at least trades that one back, but yeah, that's going to be Team 2 holding on to things for a second.
This is sort of what we saw at the start of the last point. Team 2 getting off to a hot start and doing their best to just stymie any attack from Team 1. We'll see how they set their defense here and how aggressive they want to be at pushing them back. I'm going to try and find some ways to stall out these lane pushes on the side. Icy, once again, getting right into the thick of things with False. Is going to try and find this pick onto Mayfall, but not going to be able to get it done. Will be booped right back in response. Team 1 do get on the point, but this defense from Team 2, very suffocating right now. I don't think they have a way in just yet.
Oh my goodness. After being Noxus and Giant Diva just propped down right in front of your face, Icy is just trying to isolate the kill, not able to convert. Thankfully, the rest of Team 2 doing the best that they can. The self-destruct gets launched into this, but keep in mind, Team 2 have a lot of ultimates here. We see the Kitsune rushes now coming online to try and get a little bit of space, but it's traded back immediately, so it really could be anybody's game. Alex gonna be swapping actually onto this Tracer, and now just trying to run things down, lean into that dive a little bit more to try and find that value, but it will be Team 1 actually that are gonna win out that team fight and flip the point around in their favor.
And I don't hate that from T2, from disengaging from that engagement. Like you said, you have a lot of ults to work with. Concede the point for a second, regroup with the team, try and set up your ults. You do lose the Kitsune Rush, but you still have the beach drop to work with. I would be expecting to see it fairly soon once the troops get in position. And though this might slow things down as Warren trying to get things going with this Emery ult, but again, this beach drop from Magic Mayfall, a huge play to save them from utter devastation. But still, Team 1, they prevail. For Team 2, they're just not able to get everything set. And again, kind of like the last game, when Team 2 dominates early, Team 1, they sneak up on you, and they find a way to get some progress on that point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at just the margins of error here, Team 2 only getting up to 57%. And in the midst of all of that, Red X was forced to use the sound barrier as well. So that very much securely gives Team 2 the ultimate advantage here. They've still got the override protocol and the pulse bomb available, and we know how much of a threat Razor can be. Just have to time it based off of that Suzu. As False already looking for that engagement. It's going to be flying around, just trying to mitigate enough damage. Override protocol now online for Noxious. And a lot of it's just going to kind of get eaten up by the defense matrix, but isolating Graveyard. Graveyard's able to step out of the way, is Noxious under a lot of pressure right now. Will be able to stay alive in the midst of all of this. The tanks right now just doing so much that they can to try and mitigate a lot of this damage, but it's all too late. The Team 2 DPS dynamic duo will just run rampant all over Team 1, and they will be able to convert things back to their favor.
And you know you can't keep them down for too long. Noxious and Razor, they just find a way through, finally to break through. Give a lot of credit to Owwc, though, using that defense matrix to really neutralize the ult coming through from Noxious, but it doesn't matter. The rest of his team are able to pick up the slack. And Team 2 now with a chance to secure map number 2, but it's going to have to be a fairly flawless defense as, like you said, that margin of error slimmer by the minute, as Team 1 has done a really good job at getting back into this point, and they're trying to get right back into it. Icy and False, this has been a duo that has been fighting back and forth this entire time. Kitsune Rush going out for Team 2 to give themselves a little bit more defense. They will be able to hold out Team 1 as they try and find some more picks, but none of them are coming through. 8-Ball going to get that B drop down as well for some added protection, but take a look at this. The C9 does come through. Team 2 a little bit distracted. They give up the space. Now they have to take the point back again.
I was going to say, you want to chase the fight down just to make sure that you can secure the point, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Cleaning up some of the kills on the rest of it. Doesn't matter if that point is going to flip around. Team 1 will have an opportunity to come back into this one, but it's all so staggered as overtime is going to burn down Team 2. It's still looking really close, but it will be their victory here. As this time hey, technically, if this was just a normal game, they would have won this map.
That'd be it. Hey, but I mean, 2 maps in a row that have gone 100 to 99, so we're really getting to see the elite talent come out. And it's like, it always seems like when one team has the advantage, the other one just finds something to get it done. Some sort of a catalyst to really break in to the next point. And I think that just shows you the level of talent that we're dealing with right now. These are players that are on the top of their game, and they're really showing out. Obviously, Team 2, they've been playing a little bit better, but just by a little bit more, because both of these maps, there really hasn't been like a dominant performance just yet. I mean, we've seen a lot of people that have sort of come to perform and have had their moment thus far. I think if I had to pick one MVP thus far, I might give it to Magic 8-Ball just for some of these ults that have come through to protect this team, but I think you could argue that anybody on either of these teams could really deserve it in any given moment.
Put Reinhardt on this map. TBT to that one.
I just miss Reinhardt in general.
I love me a big old German man swinging a hammer. Yeah, it's just going to be same as ever. Noxious, though, actually going on to the Sojourn this time. It's going to be the Symmetra on Team 1 as well for Alex. Because already things are off to a bit of an explosive start, but the variety might be a little bit more of a change. As Razor still kind of gets free reign here. Just has to be careful of the sim turrets. As, yeah, looking for that backline pick. Warren has just had such a hard time trying to deal with this dive pressure.
Yeah, and we mentioned that Razor, he is sort of this dive expert for Team 2, and if you can't get a handle on him, you're going to have a tough day at the office, because he is just so dynamic in the way he can use that movement tech. The aim is also so crispy. Noxious switching to that Sojourn, going to want to watch that as well. I mean, this is a guy who's known for these sort of hit scan characters, and Sojourn has been so strong. It's definitely one that is very prevalent in his toolkit. See how Team 2 are able to fight back in. Razor, he's getting a little bit cheeky on this late dive. He should be able to cap this point by himself. I don't think Team 1's going to be able to get back in time, and that's exactly what happens. Team 2, off the back of a Razor backline take, are in control.
Yeah, you could tell the idea from Team 2 was just take the fight to them. Gorilla kind of going nuts in the backline as well on that Kiriko. But still, even though the kills line up their way, yeah, Team 2 is still going to be holding on to things. They're able to clean things up a little bit messy there, but at the end of the day, a win is a win is a win. Already Team 1 ready to kind of take their stand on the point here. As Razor does have this pulse one, and has been just doing such a good job on the start. Kitsune Rush from Team 1, though, indicates that they want to go fast. It's going to be the counter Kitsune Rush as well from Gorilla. Ult for ult, trade for trade, as it's all just absolute chaos there. As all of the ultimates are going to be coming out online to try and force out this team fight win. Team 2 still winning out in that numbers advantage overall. As Warren taking a lot of damage, but nobody around to keep that Emre alive. And Team 2 will clap back as they capture the point back.
Yeah, big play from False, once again neutralizing anything that Warren wants to do. It's been a major clapback for this Team 2, looking very, very strong after a little bit of a weak start to this map number 3. And it's Team 1. They're trying to speed things up now. The Symmetra ult and the B drop can give them a little bit of a speed boost to get back onto this point. And the defense for Team 2 is bending and about to break as Team 1 trying to fight their way in, but contest coming through from Team 2 to try and keep this alive. Noxious on the outside looking in, maybe trying to find one pick, trying to get some damage out as well, but not able to clean anything up. Also able to find another, and there's Noxious getting active. Team 2 are scrapping it out right now, holding on to this point by the skin of their teeth, and they are not letting it go.
Yeah, nice. Just going to go for that full reset here. Plenty of time to work with, at least for one more fight. Unfortunately, though, it was a bit of a heavy investment there from Team 1, and they didn't really come out on top. So, ultimate bank-wise, sure, they still have the D.Va self-destruct to buy them a little bit of time. Team 2, they get closer and closer to having that sound barrier and having the pulse bomb as well, which Razor, once again, just done such a good job on that Tracer.
Expecting that to be a really big factor in how this final push comes out, because you think if you're Team 1, this is really it. You do get onto this point, but again, 99% at overtime. Icy and Alex, I think the lone members of Team 1 on this point, but look how quickly Team 2 were able to get back. Whew. They do lose control as Team 1 are able to stick it out, but with the reinforcements now back in for Team 2, Team 1, we need something here. You need to help out this last chance. Might be too little too late right now. B-drop now coming down. Walls trying to finish off. Warren right there. Alex going down as well. So these last stragglers for Team 1 getting stalled out. Won't be able to get back in. Team 2 completely sweeping Lijiang Tower, and that's the dominant performance that we were waiting to see. Team 2 they just came out swinging on map number 3, and they really made their presence known.
Yeah, you could tell these guys came to play, and honestly, it was looking really good coming out from them. I gotta say, just at the very end there as well, False, just kind of flying forwards, making sure to zone out any of those remaining stragglers. And I gotta say, their target priority is, whew, it's looking so good. Like, you can tell they're hyper aggressive. They want to go for those fights because they're so confident that they can just find a couple of those picks, and then suddenly, doesn't matter if that point flips over, you'll be able to just reclaim it just with pure numbers advantage. Plus, you get your ultimates a little bit closer to being online.
Yeah, I really liked what I saw at Team 2 there. And even when the going gets tough and they find themselves down a point or they lose something, they're just able to find a way back in. And we can take a look at some of the replays from this first game. And I mean, that was a really good showing from Alex on the fair, to shut things down. But again, it's Team 2 that just find a way to win. And this hold right here is just absolutely insane. What a crazy way to get things started on the first map of this 8 to 10 block. I mean, Razor just went absolutely crazy in these last minutes of map number 1.
And like, it's crazy how long that one actually lasted, just because of how close each of those individual points were. And to be fair to Team 1, like, they're trying to adapt things. I think the Symmetra pick was really to play counter to the fact that Razor was just kind of going crazy onto them, and then it also allows a bit more poke damage against that D.Va, especially having the beam to just penetrate through that defense matrix.
And then on this last one here, this is really where Team 2 started to take over, and we won't see the end of the round, but as it went on later, that you could just really tell the momentum was just really starting to get wrestled in their favor. Some really solid stuff, and we'll get prepped for this second map. Not sure which map we're going to, but we do have some info about some character bans that are coming through. No D.Va or Pharah for this next map, but I think honestly with the way both the tanks were performing on D.Va, I think that's pretty fair. I definitely understand why this was the pick, but it'll be a double Zarya this time as we head into push. Look at this, similar combos as well, though we get to see a little bit of Reaper action coming through from Razor and Warren. Alex is going to be picking up that Tracer. Supports staying the same for both sides. Kiriko and Lucio just too strong.
Yeah, I mean, Kiriko at this point is just the mainstay on pretty much every single different composition. Suzu is just extremely overpowered, but I'm looking at that, fast-paced style that Team 2 are going to be coming out with. Having the back line available should be able to be poked out a little bit more by Team 1, but Icy already feeling a lot of that pressure there. Forces out the Suzu fairly early, but it is that Team 2 poke damage that might come out on top here. As you you can see, it's just a scrim right now, just trying to keep everybody alive on both these sides. Falls getting extremely low, has one more bubble to burn. That's going to be it for the resources, and yeah, Icy is just going to be walking over Team 2 here. So charged up, and Razor just trying to stall things out, but see you later, Reaper. It's going to be Team 1 this time, winning that first team fight.
And this is what you want to see if you're Team 1. You know, you sort of got your lunch money handed to you the last tail end of domination, and they've had a really solid start here. Icy can go up as far as they can, put some poke pressure into this Team 2 so they can hopefully secure this advanced spawn. But look at Warren, he's maybe trying to bite off a little more than he can chew. He is going to have to fall back. That at least is some intel gain for Team 1 as to where this Team 2 attack is going to come from. It's going to be Falls first on the scene, try and wrestle this robot back in control, but Icy is just too strong right now. The Death Star laser fully charged up for your Team 1 Zarya. That is going to be a really tough problem to solve. But Team 2, they maybe find an answer, but not before Team 1 get back in control. They should be able to take this advanced spawn.
A nice pulse bomb there, Alex. Would be a shame if it just got cleansed immediately. See it just get tossed out, immediately burned. And yeah, it is going to be just the cleanup of this fight here. Icy still going forwards, backed up by Warren, chasing down the Zarya. And I just like the composition from Team 1 just a little bit more. I think the Reaper with the Tracer is adding just that level of additional pressure that, unfortunately, Nox is not able to apply. I say that as Warren's actually able to get the kill onto Warren.
That's caster curse right there.
Yeah, it's happening live right now, but all the while, Team 1 have just continued to walk that robot forwards.
And I think you're right about the analysis there. I think having a Tracer as well, because like in a mode like Push where things change so quickly and the way you attack is definitely dependent on the pace you're trying to set, having a Tracer that can speed things up and like change team fights on a dime, definitely an asset you want to have. But this is definitely a game changer right now, is this black hole coming through from Icy, but not a lot of damage being done as the support ults are going to come out to protect both squads. Noxious able to find the pick onto Icy and a second one onto Redex. Why not give him a third as well? Noxious just going absolutely diabolical for Team 2. They finally get the robot under their control after what seems like a walk down from Team 1. That's finally the team fight they need to go their way. They can maybe start getting some progress on their end.
Yeah, and you see just the holding on to that sound barrier, waiting until the other Zarya tosses out their ultimate. And then that way you can make sure to counter it out. Whoever goes first basically loses in a lot of those types of scenarios. Team 2, though, Team 1 going for the wraparound here. Alex getting a little bit low, pressured out by everything kind of going on, but will actually walk away with the robot. And so this is Team 2 trying to chase things down, but unfortunately, they're going to be losing some of their progress because this point is on the move.
This is a critical team fight now for Team 2. I mean, they're going to lose it, but you can't afford to lose all that progress that you fought so hard to gain. And you're about to give Team 1 the advanced spawn again, so you really want to try and make sure you walk away with positive momentum after this fight, but I just don't think they're able to right now. This Team 1 comp, like you said, it's just been a little bit too strong, and everything just going the way of Team 1. They do lose it. Of course, as soon as I say that, Team 2 are able to wrestle control back, but will they be able to get back in time and start this progress where the reinforcements from Team 1 are already back?
Hey guys, how about a team fight? No? Okay, yeah, we'll just walk the robot back as soon as you get a little bit out of range. But here's Alex, spotted out. That's very unfortunate, given the fact that, he was waiting to potentially use that pulse bomb if the opportunity would afford itself. But yeah, once again, it's just going to be the robot. Honestly, just step maxing at this point. And finally, Kitsune rushes from both sides coming out here. Overclock going to be online. Noxious looking for a lot of that pressure, as it is going to be Redex actually very preemptively using that. And Redex, the Lucio, will run down Noxious. And yeah, this one is all but over here. Team 1, the ultimate advantage, just a little bit too powerful. As once again, this death ball gets grooving, and they completely steamroll Team 2.
Man, what do you know about the offensive Lucio? I mean, you better make sure you fear somebody like Redex, and we haven't been talking about him as much as some of these other St. Clair representatives, but Redex he's just that guy on Lucio. If you ask him who's your favorite Overwatch character or who he would play forever, without hesitation, he's picking Lucio. I mean, this guy has just been grinding and training this character for so long, playing at the top of this game, has that tier 1 experience, and is such an asset for this Team 1 side, but so is Noxious to take down Icy. Can't forget about Team 2. They also have a little bit of something to say. going to be a little bit quiet right now as Team 1 are able to silence this attack.
Wow. You
But
say
it's
that,
still
but
going back and forth right now. I mean, like, just when you think one team has really got it under control, the other one able to find a way back in. This has been very back and forth these last little bit. Team 2, after a slow start, finally starting to get their feet underneath them.
yeah, all the meanwhile, the robot was kind of stepping one way, then the other, and finally will be back on the side of Team 2. They still have so many meters to make up for, though, as the Tracer battle continuing to be pretty heated. But what I'm looking at is Owwc is really trying to support Alex right now. Set up that Tracer for those opportunities. Pulse Bomb available, but now Noxious with this poke damage. Just trying to keep everybody at bay. And they ought to be so careful, because as soon as they realize where the Sojourn is, I imagine they're going to go fast. It is going to be the Grav coming out, actually, as they're looking to burn down that Zarya. False going to be saying bye-bye. A little bit too late from Mateball to try and keep everybody alive from that sound barrier. But it's all good. It will be just clean up right now as Team 1 looking to dominate the rest of Team 2 and wrestle that robot back into their control.
Unfortunately for Team 2, I mean, you've already given up so many meters at the start. It's just so hard to make positive progress at this point of the game. And I mean, we're already under 3 minutes to go. Team 1, they're back in control. They're going to get this advanced spawn again. You have 3 ults to work with, soon to be 4. Team 1 definitely setting themselves up for the end game here, but definitely have to keep an eye on Razor. He does have the Pulse Bomb active, but is that going to be enough against 4 coming out for Team 1 potentially? It's another critical team fight for Team 2. If they need to try and lock in here and find a way forward, is Team 1 looking very, very strong. With this Kitsune rush, they're looking to take a lot more space.
Look at this. Warren has already gotten up so far forwards, and that kind of zoning of the Kiriko mitigates a lot of the heals that you would want for Team 2, as Alex is actually able to find a pick onto the Razor. All the meanwhile, Team 1 have just been inching this robot more and more closer. Warren holding on to the Death Blossom now, looking for an opportunity to pounce on the team here. And does get finally spotted out, but thankfully Zarya got a couple of those pocket bubbles, as it is going to be that stick onto Noxious. So goodbye there, and yeah, this is going to be absolute domination now. Finally, the Death Blossom coming through. But, well, that's just the bow on top of the present. As the team fight's still kind of going on, Team 2 holding on for dear life, but the picks are favorable towards Team 1. And now Alex just kind of flexing on him, as that will be the map.
Good showing from Team 1 there after a little bit of a weaker showing on domination, but I think they just win that one in the first couple minutes of the map. Their initial push, where they're able to go so far and just make up these meters, it's so hard for Team 2 to then find their way back in, because every time they make positive progress and they lose a team fight, it's like 1 step forward, 2 steps back, unfortunately, for Team 2. And we did see some bright spots, but Team 1 just a little bit better. Got to give a lot of credit to the DPS players, Warren especially. I mean, we were talking about how this guy has been known in the scene for a while, and he definitely made his presence known with some stellar Reaper play. But a lot of plays from a lot of different people coming out of this one. Noxious, very solid game as well, quietly in a losing effort, but it's Redix who's just been a little bit demonic on this offensive Lucio.
I mean, like, you take a look at their entire composition, I think it's just so well crafted. You know that so many of these players are just going to be zooming into that back line, kind of slicing and dicing into the back, making it so much more difficult for players like Noxious to be able to get online, and then especially too coming in with a Zarya so that you've got those additional bubbles. I mean, it just made Warren and Alex's lives so much easier, because then they can go for those crazy plays, go for those pop-off moments, and if things get a little bit hairy, it's okay. Zarya's just going to send you a nice little bubble, and then you've got a little bit more room for error in order for you to get out.
Yeah, it was some really great Zarya play coming through from Owwc. I think we had some pretty solid play back and forth. False, I think, maybe not as strong as Owwc, but it just goes to show how solid Zarya is in the comp this moment. Just been a so strong coming through. And take a look at our next map coming through, at least with some next bands, D.Va, Ana, Brig, and Tracer. I mean, we're really, I think, targeting some of these tank players and some of these DPS players with some performance. Tracer, I think, definitely, I mean, is warranted with how tough it has been for some of these teams. But we'll get to see how these bans come into effect with this next match, this next mode. I would expect, if I had to predict, probably a payload map coming up next. I don't know if it's going to be hybrid or just pure pure control. Oh, watch by Gibraltar is what Prod
There
is
you go.
saying. So just pure payload coming through on this
Yeah.
next one. I mean, we'll see how they go. What are you expecting to see from both sides? If you had to predict the comp for either side, what are you sort of predicting here? What's the forecast looking like?
I'm taking a look at things, and I really think that both these teams are just going to continue to lean into the dive, right? Like, there's a reason that Diva ban is coming out online. It's because of just how strong these compositions are. And oh yeah, actually, hey, looks like we will have Diva there. And so yeah, this is going to be full dive. Usually you see the Winston on here, but, well, no Winston today, it seems, as both False and Icy very good onto these Divas. And yeah, you can tell, obviously with Mateball, as well as Redix locking into on the Brigitte, is just supposed to keep those Tracers at bay. What I'm more interested in, though, is the Noxious v Warren lineup. The two hit scan players, one on Widow right now, one on Ashe.
Well, definitely something you want to keep an eye on. Warren, at one point in time, was one of the best Ashe players in Overwatch, so definitely a comfort character for your Team 1 DPS hit scan. Noxious as well, you know, we saw what he's able to do when given a Sojourn Widow. Also, definitely shouldn't be slept on either. Definitely has the chance to make some big plays, and once again, the mirror match coming through on both of these tanks. You can't keep Diva down for too long, and out of Winston, it's basically the best dive you can get. That's going to be Alex winning that St. Clair Tracer mirror match, at least the first instance of that, and Team 2 off to a good start, but approaching this first choke point, and progress is slowing down just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's looking a little bit more difficult right now, and one of the things that is making this a little bit difficult is that Ashe pick, honestly. I think that Warren is able to pump out just a lot more consistent damage, whereas Noxious, it's got to be very much just like that one-tap potential and just immediate pouncing onto whichever target kind of gets dinked up by that Widow. And so right now it is just going to be doing that, but as soon as I say that, Noxious, an excellent pick on the Graveyard, and you see Team 2, they hit the gas pedal, they're ready to just fly in onto things and take this fight immediately. And so Icy has to be so careful with how a lot of these resources get used, but still is able to just run down Razor in the midst of all of this, and, well, we'll spot out the Widowmaker, and that's going to make Noxious's life just a little bit more difficult.
He's going to have to back up, and my goodness, they are just doing everything they can to shut down Noxious right now. They are just hungry and thirsting for this pick. The first couple ults going to come through Icy. Gonna hit that Diva bomb, maybe a little bit of a panic. We'll find the pick is false. After Icy gets sent out of mech, and Team 2, they finally get stopped on the payload, or not, should I say, as they get back on. Razor back in the fight with Magic Mateball. It's going to be Team 1 that are going to have to try and regroup and plan this out. We'll get false. He's going to do his best to slow down these reinforcements from Team 1. Doing a good job so far, but now you got a nano-boosted Icy. Definitely not something you want to run into in a dark alley, but maybe his impact being a little bit negated as he will take a little bit of a nap and get sent out of mech.
Okay, and now look at this. This is going to be the Nano Diva in the backline, but yeah, Warren has the Bob ready to go, and the point will convert over. So in the midst of all of this brawl, it actually was Team 2 that were able to capture things. And so all of this is just a little bit of gravy on top. Team 2 will at least be able to win out that fight, and so they will keep this payload moving as Team 1 invest heavily into that one, but get rewarded with nothing.
Fortunately for Team 1, yeah, like you said, just a lot of investment that just didn't go your way, and now for Team 2, now's the opportunity to really take some space when you know you've taken a lot of those ults off the board. You do have that pulse bomb to worry about right now, but to try and neutralize some of these isolated gunfights that will come through Icy. It's getting active in the back line. You do lose one of your supports with Gorilla going down, but another big sleep coming through to get false out of mech. Warren trying to finish it off. Does eventually do it with the tick damage on the Dynamite. The Team 2 take progress, but once again, Team 1's defense it bends but doesn't fully break just yet.
Yeah, and finally, Noxious is going to be swapping off that Widowmaker onto the Cassidy. It just gives a little bit more consistent damage over across the entire board. Especially with the Widow kind of getting chased down by the Diva. It was making things a lot more difficult here as Warren still just trying to keep things at bay, but Team 2, they're just so fast and so furious. Already on top of things, claiming that high ground. Setting up for this next fight, but actually we'll just continue to push the cart. All the while, the dive happening in the back line here False not ready to let this one up just quite yet. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the Graveyard, but in the midst of all of that, it's just going to be the grouping up of Team 1 that will keep their offenders at bay. As Gorilla kind of getting gunned down here, barely able to escape. Barely, I say. They're down to, I think it was just a single HP, but Icy's not quite done yet, just still continuing to apply that pressure all over the map at a moment's notice. Warren burning down Noxious thanks to that dynamite, with Alex continuing to apply a lot of damage on that Tracer. And yet in the midst of all of this, Team 2 continue to push that payload further. So the team fight not quite over, but it doesn't matter, a lot of progress gained.
It's great to see that Team 1 are able to disrupt the backline of Team 2, but with all of this being said, it just doesn't seem that they're able to really shut down all this progress on the payload. And yes, Team 2, they're losing these squishies, but they're still able to win the war and win the battle. Nano boosted Icy isn't going to really lead to much. He's going to have to panic Diva Bomb. Will find Razor. So I guess something of value coming through for Team 1, but still bodies on the payload. If you're Team 2, Warren trying to do his best to hold them off, but still, Team 2 gonna fall back and regroup a little bit. Great shot from Noxious, swapping over to that Cassidy for a little extra boom on the hit scan. A little bit of a final hold coming through now for Team 1. 30 seconds left to hold and try and keep Team 2 on this single point. With these ults coming through, you have a Nano available for your Team 2 and a High Noon. You have to expect that this push is going to be coming fast and furious.
Yeah, watch out for the Bob as well. Warren has this thing online just in case they need that panic button ready to go. But immediately, look at that, Team 2 just so aware. Try and dodge that one down before it happens. It will be the Nano Diva that will be able to run things down here, getting unmasty with it just on the support line in the back. And this is going to be difficult for Team 1 to continue to hold on to this point, given the fact that the supports got taken for a walk. Redx coming back just in the nick of time to try and make that one happen. But Team 2 will be successful in capturing this point as soon as they ward off the rest of the members. And yeah, that is going to be the point capped. 1 minute, 30 seconds left to try and take this one as far as they can.
Give a shout out to Noxious and Razor there. That duo, the main reason why they're able to secure that at the end. Razor just going crazy with at least 3 picks on Team 1 to just open up the lane and give Team 2 more chance to end this one and get them to 3 points. They're still pushing their way forward. Icy trying to deal with this backline. Diva for Team 2 is going to get pushed out and isolated just a little bit. High Noon now coming through from Noxious, but is going to be taking a Nephthys Graveyard, hitting him with the sleep to shut that down. Big play from Team 1 to neutralize what could have been a disastrous ult. And they retake control with the defense. Team 2 trying to rally, but Team 1 just holding out just a little bit longer. They should be able to maybe sign this out, but hold on now. Team 2 not done yet.
Yeah, Team 2 just kind of going crazy now. Noxious able to find a couple of kills. Alex trying to make that one evened out here. At least able to find the brig, but it might just be a little bit too late. The remaining members of Team 2 will continue to push this one forwards. Icy gonna try and get back into the fight now as Warren will have that backline support, but the respawners advantage just a little bit stronger for Team 1 right now, so should be able to get everything up into gear whenever they need so. Icy hanging out up top, just trying to isolate Magic 8 Ball. Oh, naded as well, and yeah, that's gonna be the breakdown. Icy does go to sleep, but it's all good. The Nano Diva just in the backline. Falls trying to make things extremely uncomfortable as overtime starts to burn away here. Team 2 have to take this one towards the end. Icy still looking for that target isolation. Just gotta run over Gorilla. That's gonna be just nothing but roadkill. Bob getting tossed on the point in the meanwhile. It's absolute chaos on it, but it is all good. That is gonna be 3 points capped for Team 2.
Team 2 able to get it done, but just like we've seen before, it's not without a massive investment and a massive fight. Team 1 at least making things really, really interesting, especially down near the stretch. Just Team 2, smarter ult management, finding the big picks when they needed to, and they're just able to prevail after Team 1. Their defense really tightened up near the end. I know it is a lot easier for the defense once you get onto these later points where your spawns are so close, but got to give a lot of credit to what Team 2 was able to do to really break through. And with like a minute left to go, too, that was a very quick turnaround from taking point 2 to then get to the third one.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, that was 2 overtimes on that map. that we
Yeah.
saw Team 2
Yeah.
still be able to break through on the very end. And once again, I talked about this earlier, but I think it just comes down to how good they are on that target priority. And Magic 8-Ball having such a hard time trying to counter the dive to try and keep the Ana alive because, you know, yeah, Brig can throw out packs, Brig can hit people with the mace and heal people close by. But at the end of the day, the main healers are going to be those Anas that really have to get that value, and especially with the anti-nade, finding those timings to just enable the dive to be so strong. You can tell Team 2, they're like, we want to get this Ana off the table right away, and as soon as these team fights start, and every single time they were successful in doing it, they're able to run over Team 1.
I think both Anas in that last one were just being absolute menaces. I mean, we had some really big sleeves coming through from both sides. I mean, we had the one right at the end where Noxious gets that high noon basically neutralized. That could have been a game-changing ult potentially, but doesn't come through, and now Team 1, they're going to be their turn to go on the defense. Let's see what Team 2 can do with their turn on the payload. We've seen how aggressive they can be. That definitely might benefit them here. Comps basically staying the same for both sides. Don't see why you'd want to change much from what we've seen before. And these teams fighting over this first little choke point, first corner. Ball's gonna have to retreat after getting up close and personal. That's gonna give Team 2 a chance to really take some space now.
Yeah, and once again, it's just down to that poke battle, sorry, the dive battle that's going on, and the pressure onto a lot of those supports right now. As yeah, it is going to be Team 1 still able to kind of stall out the payload, as I do believe those teams have swapped, and that's why you're seeing now Team 2 was the former Team 1 to make this even more confusing for you at home.
Oh yes, I didn't even notice that. I'm so dialed in right now, but I think you're right. I think there was a little bit of a reset that came through for these teams, but that's okay. We play on, and both these teams, they're definitely going to keep playing here because they have just all falling all day. Seen a lot of great talent highlighted, and it's a guy you should definitely keep your eye on. There's a reason we highlighted Icy in the pre-show. He has been a menace, and so has Warren. These two have just been the engine for this offense and defense for Team 2 thus far today, and they're cruising towards this first point, and I don't think Team 1 will just barely get back in time, but 2.5 meters to go. Team 2 just need a couple picks to go their way, and they should find this first point.
Yeah, the Nano Diva just in the back line, no one from Team 1 at this point are able to really contest here. I'm just going to stick with what we see on the screen just to avoid getting things confused as to which team we're talking about right now. Yeah, as it will be Team 2 just completely running it over, but I want to point your attention to the ultimate bank that has just been generated by Team 2. They've already got 4 of their ults online for the next fight. And while, yeah, Team 1 are getting close, I mean, Team 2 could ice it out before it even begins.
It's definitely looking like there's potential for that. They have looked really, really strong on the attack, making so much space early as both these Divas dueling on top of the shuttle. Ball's going to drop down and try and reset Icy. Still up top, still potentially a menace in the back line. Let's be able to find that pick. The Nano is coming through, and the Brigitte ult coming through as well for Team 1, but does not matter when Warren is in the way. Down at moment's notice, able to find one pick for Team 1. But look at this progress that's been made while these fights have been going on. Team 2 has slowly but surely been creeping their way forward, and they're going to take point 2 with little to no resistance.
Yeah, I mean, the entire time we're just kind of walking that one home. And, you know, when we talk about that hit scan duel, obviously it was the story between Noxious versus Warren. And Warren, once again, well, if you've ever tuned into any of his streams, the #1 Ashe in North America. And just looking so strong and being able to lie down a lot of that consistent damage. I mean, whether or not it's just with the bullets or the dynamite as well, it's been doing so well to enable a lot more of that dive potential between Icy and Alex. And Noxious going to be going on to the Widowmaker again to try and make this a little bit more contestable. Just looking for that individual pick there, but it still is going to be a tall order as Team 2 just have no sign of slowing down at this point.
No, they have just been walking down Team 1 at almost every single possible opportunity. He's going to get a really good opportunity to get some damage in onto Icy, but not able to clean it up or finish it. this pressure coming through from Team 2 is just way too strong. And with Team 1 basically being pushed back to spawn, this is your last chance to really make something happen, and it has to come now. I mean, 4.3 meters away, Team 2 have just been making light work of this offensive side of push, although we're seeing a little bit of resistance now from Team 1. Razor able to pick off Icy. Another one going through for Razor, doing his best to keep Team 1 in it and all of this push, but is it too little too late at this point? They get stopped at the goal line, but you're still basically right there. One more team fight going the way of Team 2 should spell the end of this half of Watchpoint Gibraltar.
I mean, yeah, they're able to win the team fight, but you look at the clock, 3 minutes remain. Oh
so
boy.
much time.
I mean, unless you're a last point kind of team, really make this one, push this one all the way to the edge here. Team 2 still have the advantage. Warren as well getting close to the Bob being online. Alex has also just been a menace in the back line. It's going to be the Nano Diva first. False trying to get that ground, but immediately just kind of get neutralized. Warren, what a shot. Razor, see you later. As False just has to kind of make this one work out, and will be able to just do that on the Diva. And so all of those picks come through, but actually, I think it might have been a bit of a C9 in the back.
That's why you gotta be quicker than that. You gotta keep your eye on the back line. You can't get too wrapped up in these team picks, and I think at that point it was just too much space getting taken by Team 2 so quickly. I mean, 3 minutes in a payload hold, I mean, that's like an eternity in Overwatch right now. I mean, you have to be absolutely flawless from there on out. There is so little room for error, and Team 1, they just crumpled at the end there. I really liked what I saw from Team 2, or formerly Team 1. No matter what, the team that Icy is on did so well, and I think that was a really good showing on Watchpoint. Definitely showing how to do it in as quick of a fashion as possible. Really solid stuff.
Yeah, it was looking so good, but once again, just highlighting how close it is between these two teams. But the tryout block is not just quite over yet. We've been going for about an hour, and we still have an hour left. But of course, we got to take a quick little 5-minute break, let the players rest up a little bit before we get into more Overwatch action. So don't go anywhere, because we still got an hour left. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Confessions speak hide. My disbelief in the unseen shadows hide. I found my place in the garden. Among the snakes in the darkness. My desperate ache for belonging. Above the stars. I found my place in the madness. I seek a way through the labyrinth. Open the gates to the palace. Unveil the dark. I found my place in the place in the garden. She's whispering lullabies. Sun settling deep in the night. I cry. I found my place in the garden. Among the snakes in the darkness. My desperate ache for belonging. Above the stars. I found my place in the madness. I seek a way through the labyrinth. Open the gates to the palace. Unveil the dark. Found my place in the garden. Among the snakes in the darkness. My desperate ache for belonging. Above the stars.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch Team Canada Trials. My name is still Marks, and this is still Evan. And hey, Evan, what did you think about the first hour we got to watch?
You know, I have a lot of thoughts about that first hour we got to watch. I think we saw some great talent being shown from all sides. I think what's been clear to me is that these teams have been so evenly matched. I mean, we were sort of hyping up Team 2 a little bit on the onset. We were saying that, you know, with the talent they have on their side, this DPS duo of Razor and Noxious, I mean, they might just be a little bit too much for Team 1 to handle, but clearly we have been wrong, because Team 1, they have definitely come out swinging. I think every map we've played thus far, I think barring Push, I think that was a little bit of a wash, but everything else has been decently close when you really start to break it down.
Yeah, like a lot of these teams, they're really just leaning into the dive. And I think that the only time we really got to see Team 1 get the upper hand on Team 2 was when we saw Warren and Alex, the DPS on Team 1, both kind of commit straight into that pressure. When we see a little bit more of that like hit scan battle going on, yeah, it looks okay, but I think the coordination right now between False and Razor has just been sublime. They are so good at finding their target priorities and then immediately just hopping on them and isolating and annihilating them, and the supports barely have time to do anything.
And when you give Razor just the room to work with a Tracer like that, it is just so tough to really get things going. And wait a minute, am I seeing a Junkrat in the big 2026 coming out from Warren? My goodness. I mean, hey, I support it. Back in my Overwatch playing days, Junkrat was the boy for me. So I want to see Warren cook a little bit on Flashpoint as we get things going. We break down the other comps a little bit. Falls bringing out the Ramatra. First time we've seen Ramatra in the second block. Icy sticking with the Zarya. Noxious with the Sojourn. Some Reaper action. 2 Junos and 2 Brigittes coming through for both sides. I think definitely understandable. 2 solid supports, and that Juno for the potential speed boost in a mode like Flashpoint. So strong, so valuable.
Yeah, I'm looking at these styles. I mean, Team 1, they're just going to still try to go for that rush style. Obviously, with Razor still being on that Reaper now, especially with Gorilla on the Juno, just giving that speed boost, there's a lot of opportunity for a lot of just kind of pop plays. On the side of Team 2, it feels a lot more stable, a lot more brawly, with False obviously locking onto the Ramatra, but I'm looking at that Mei as well. Just isolate your targets with the wall, and then that way you have a much easier time punching down your targets and mitigating a lot of the damage that Noxious might be able to just kind of push onto them. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what happens once we get this clash coming through. On Flashpoint number 1, both teams shots initially going blow for blow, but no space really created just yet. A little too early to start thinking about that. Razor just barely getting through that Mei wall. You are not going to be dono walling him at this moment in time. Icy, he's trying to hold the line. Decently charged right now, going to take care of that trap, going to try and jump in and get a little more charge, but still really not enough to be a big problem right now. Meanwhile, False, we know what you can do with the Ramatra if you just let him cook for a little bit too long. This is another potentially big problem for Team 1 if they can't get a handle on this Ramatra. Another big-time tank matchup between both of these teams coming up soon. Team 1, though, they've taken Flashpoint 1 first.
Oh, and Team 2 are looking for that opportunity to try and get the pop onto them. Icy having to back out of that one, but looks like this target priority might be good. Noxious actually getting icicled into the brain. That's not how you want to start out this team fight. Warren trying to make it as chaotic as possible, but still just under so much pressure. Right now, this Icy Razor duo is looking sublime. The False still alive onto the point, going to be going in and punching his way through, trying to find Icy, who's barely alive in the midst of all of this chaos. The Rabbinic Flux going to be online, actually invested into this fight. They think it's still winnable, and winnable it will be as the cleanup comes through. Graveyard finding Mateball just at the very end, but will be able to skate away as Team 1 hold on and lock down that point.
I think that was a good call to keep investing in that fight. I think we were both sitting here thinking that, ooh, maybe this was maybe not a little bit of an early black hole coming through, but definitely an interesting choice on the onset. But hey, Team 1 Turtles, they're going to take Flashpoint number 1, still looking fairly strong. Ice still has a decently high charge to work with, but over on the side of Team 2, got a Male and a Juno ult to work with. They're going to be set up pretty nicely if they want to get some early progress on the second Flashpoint.
Moving into this next fight as well, a lot of ultimates coming online for both of these sides. I'm looking at False. Ramatra ulti could be massive here. Because already they're going to be zooming in. Juno giving so much speed. And you see Icy just trying to play keep away right now, but just taking so much chip damage. As Alex just right-clicking. And those icicles, deadly as ever. Noxious under a lot of fire. Still will be looking for an opportunity. The go button is hit, and it will be everything going, as well as the Death Blossom in the midst of all of it. But a good boop away from Red X doesn't matter. Noxious on this off angle. With the overclock available, we'll just gun people down from afar. And now it is going to be the Riptire, barely alive, and yeah, see you later. Napalm just going to slap that one into the ground. And so while this fight was going to be an interesting one, it is still Team 1 who are going to continue to roll it forwards as Team 2 have to retreat.
Clearly warrants Riptire more of an intimidation factor than anything in that fight, because no value created, unfortunately. And yeah, I think that is going to warrant a swap over to Emery. I think that's a better choice for where we are. But hey, I definitely won't say no to some chunk grab play from time to time. Now let's see what Team 2 can do now that they've gathered the Shroofs in again. Falls trying to get up close and personal with this melee mode, and Alex going to be firing down this Mail to freeze out Team 1. Ult coming through from False. He's just trying to get things done up close and personal in melee mode. Icy, though, meanwhile, is going to take care of Warren. So, not strongest soldier for Team 1. Still fighting on this point. Contested on both sides. Noxious not able to slow down Redix. Team 2 making a lot of progress now. Team 1 crumpling.
Yeah, this brawl is just looking absolutely indomitable right now, because every single time Team 1 try and get set up for a fight, they're immediately running into Alex or False. And then Graveyard can just speed everybody away. Uh-oh, you're not getting away, False. Yep,
nice
okay,
ball.
you're going to get the ice wall up here as well as the rally online. A little bit of extra time. Razor trying to go from the side, actually able to find Warren on the back line. Taking away a lot of that DPS pressure. Noxious popping the overclock here. Oh, almost finds a pick onto Graveyard, but Graveyard able to safely skate away. And it's all fine and dandy, because even though the point did flip over, it's still going to be Team 1 chasing down and lining up those kills. Just hope they will be able to convert the flashpoint back to their side.
Man, that's so unfortunate. That was a huge play from Alex to save the team from the black hole there. I mean, could have been a game-saving play or a flashpoint-saving play, but doesn't lead to anything as Team 1 have just been looking a little bit too good in this flashpoint mode, and they hit 2, but the way the scrim is going, we're going to be going all 5 flashpoints this time. Or first to 5, I think, is the way it's going to go. So still a lot of time for Team 2 to get things going and get things back under control. Warren going to be swapping again.
Yeah.
Going to be heading over to this Cassidy this time. Maybe not totally comfortable with the way things have been going for this Team 2 DPS player. And I think one thing we can say for certain is that Noxious is definitely comfortable with where he's at right now. He's looking to get things going with his overclock. Not able to do much of anything. Not a whole lot of value created for his team besides, I guess, intimidation factor. Team 1 get back on this point. Team 2 on the outside looking in now.
Orbital Ray available for Graveyard. Another thing to work with for Team 2, but Team 1 still just doing a great job at icing him out. Uh-oh, Mateball gets isolated. Could be Orbital Ray inbound, but it's a little bit too late here, as Razor as well has to back off and pay respect to Team 2. Finally, Team 2 are able to convert this over. Noxious, though, looking for a little bit more, not going to find too much. Yeah, Team 1, they got to just back out a bit. Team 2 are able to hold on to this one. False as well, getting close to the ulti.
Yeah, I think that's a good call for Team 1 and just try and regroup. You have at least one support ult. You can probably get Magic Mateballs up in time for this next push, and the Black Hole as well, close to being online. So I think they're just waiting for all these ducks to get in a row, but Balls not going to be doing a lot, but maybe not as much as they were hoping for. As Magic Mateball shutting down Ramatra and now has that ult and Inspire available for Team 1 if they want to use it. Warren, though, still trying to fight, but is going to have to fall back. Team 1, they prevail and don't have to use a whole lot of their ult investment to get into this fight. So still looking pretty good as they try and build up their score once again.
Yeah, you see False just get completely isolated. And sure, you can defend all you want. It mitigates a lot of damage, but if you don't have your supports pumping you with heals, eventually you will fall down. It's a great team fight from Team 1, who shows zero signs of slowing down right now. Having the Graviton Surge available, and Razor having the ultimate as well, so a couple of combinations being set up on the board. High Noon gets activated. We're not able to find anything, as Razor just trying to do it, but it will be that backline attack, as it's going to be the TP in. Icy looking for the grab opportunity, is able to isolate Warren right off the bat. The grab gets launched. No need for the Death Blossom this time around. It will just be a complete vice grip on this flashpoint, as that's going to be 3 for Team 1, as Team 2 just really struggling to find any footing on this map.
Yeah, it's just a lot of these fights that they're getting into. I mean, I see the vision for what you're going for, but you're just not able to really slow down these re-aggressing members of Team 1. And once you get them cooking, it is really hard to slow them down, at least on the onset here. We'll see how much more Team 1 can do. Get into the next flashpoint number 4. False trying to get things going, but he's met with heavy resistance from Razor. A lot of damage getting sent his way, but will finally get back into full health. But I mean, Team 1 already in position to get onto this point, and with Noxious popping his ult, they're able to maybe get a little bit more space, get a little bit creative with how they take it. Although Noxious, whipping on a couple shots, they're going to try and get this util in, but what I thought was going to be an easy fight for Team 1 goes awry. Team 2, they finally break into the point and are trying to stall out Team 1 as much as they can.
False just so confused as to what's going on. The Death Blossom gets booped away, but it's a little bit too late. Warren and Graveyard meet their demise. Magic Mateball, meanwhile, just going to be knocking heads silly as Alex Reddick's going down, so Team 1 just looking for their opportunity to convert things around. And one of the things I'm noticing on Team 2 is they're having a really hard time isolating individuals just because of the speed that Team 1 have. Noxious still doing such a good job on that poke damage from afar, while Razor consistently getting the get out of jail free card. And so a lot of these plans based around the May, based around the Ramatra, don't even have a chance to come to fruition.
Right about that, and Team 1 has just been so good right now, and seems like everything is firing on all cylinders right now. Nothing can be done to slow them down, as False trying once again just trying to make damage and create space with his aura alone, but he's going to have to fall back a little bit, and Noxious going to send him down for the count. Icy adding another one, but Noxious will not be denied. Another big triple from your St. Clair DPS player. Just an absolute clinic being put on from Team 1 right now. They should get their fourth.
Now look at this. Fall's finally going to be matching that Zarya duel. Consistently, Icy has just had so much charge this entire match. And I think that is just such a good job of usage of those bubbles to keep Razor alive. And then all in the meanwhile, Noxious once again just still farming from the back line while everybody on Team 2 is trying to focus on isolating Razor. So everything's still working exactly how they would want it to on the side of Team 1. Team 2 with this adjustment onto that Zarya. Let's see how they're going to take this next fight as they get ready to brawl again.
Hopefully it's not an adjustment that's too late here, because Team 2, they've dug themselves into a considerable hole already. They're going to have to go flawless if they want to try and steal this one away from Team 1. Shield coming through, and that's going to be nothing coming on the other end of that high noon. Noxious once again with a chance to create a lot of space if you want to damage this overclock. Shots going through wall, going to stop that initially.
Ooh.
Graveyard with a nice big overon to Razor. Team 2 still trying to fight. They will take point first off the back of 2 picks from Warren and Graveyard.
And once again, like, you take a look at how that fight kind of broke out there. Noxious farming so much value into the backline, but actually once they're able to negate the damage that Razor can do, Team 2 completely overwhelmed and just annihilate Team 1. And yeah, Team 1 though, coming back into this next fight, they're going to have that Blossom, have the grab back online. Ultimate combo to use and potentially just seal the deal on a team fight against Team 2.
You have to be careful of this Mei ult from Alex. I mean, we've seen what a competent Mei play can do in shutting down some of these pushes. So that's definitely the biggest thing that I'm looking at. The Team 2 want to salvage this and stay a little bit longer. 67% on the point. Ooh. For this Team 2, Icy, he's getting in with the black hole, but the Mei ult does come out. I think that is going to shut down the Death Blossom, but not before False gets taken out. Razor will sneak out of that and somehow finds that pick onto Alex. Noxious adding another one. Look at these St. Clair players, man. So inspirational to watch. Team 1 mow their way through and get onto point number 4.
Yeah, just unstoppable at this point. Razor doing such a smart job at seeing where that Blizzard gets tossed down, which once again was just to, nullify the effects of that Graviton Surge. And yet still just steps out, is able to find the Zarya, and then just looks for the Mei afterwards. And yeah, this is still just domination coming in right now. It is going to be the point converted over, though. Team 1 holding on and building percentage. Team 2 getting ready for yet another fight. They're going to have a grab ready to go. Warren popping out that Deadeye first, and there goes the grab. All shields at bay, but it's not going to be enough. They just completely pop those bubbles. That's going to be more than enough. Everything being tossed into the kitchen sink at this point as they just run down the rest of Team 1 here. And looking for their first flashpoint. If they're able to find those kills, they will convert it around. Once Gorilla flies, then yes, that is going to be Team 2 at least able to secure this last one. And
hold on now.
Oh, yep, overtime. That's going to be reactivated here as Icy comes back onto this Doomfist, looking for another fight. Noxious going to be swinging in just off the other side, but it is finally going to burn down. And yeah, that is going to be Team 1 looking so clean across the board, but at least Team 2 are able to get a point on the board at the very end.
It's something, at least they came through with something. I mean, a little bit too late at the end. I think maybe that tank swap should have come through a couple flashpoints earlier, but hey, it's okay. You're still able to find one, but yeah, like you said, I mean, Team 1, once again, looking incredibly stout. This team with Noxious and Razor just going crazy right now, and I think just looks like everything was firing on all cylinders, and the pace they were able to play at, just constantly making Team 2 just uncomfortable in all these situations. They just look so dialed in on Flashpoint, so hard to stop in a lot of the situations. And even that last point, I mean, if Team 2 hadn't farmed up so much that, it was already so close to the end, maybe Team 1 could have found a way to come back and sweep that game mode, but a conversation for another time.
No, I actually think you have it right on the nose with how that kind of thing was going, because one of the things I mentioned was it just felt so difficult to get the brawl online and to get the brawl to be effective, because every single time they were trying to chase down one person on Team 2, Oh, look at that. Noxious on this off angle is now going to be just shooting us from afar. Oh, we're jumping on Noxious? Well, then now Razor is just ripping our backline apart. There's just so much value generated by the mobility that Team 2 came into it, and especially buffed up with those Zarya bubbles. It was so difficult for Team 1 to try and get their game plan even activated. And yeah, like you said, they swapped a little bit way too late to try and counter it.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's hard for us to speculate when we don't have comms, and obviously we don't know what's going on in players' heads. But yeah, I think, you know, maybe if you pull the Zarya out a little bit quicker, your fortunes could have been turned around, because Team 1 did a really good job at neutralizing this Ramattra. And again, I know we've been saying his name a lot, but you got to give credit to Noxious on this Sojourn at just getting in this poke damage and just shutting down this Ramattra, who's really the big skill is just getting up close and personal with this melee mode and just bullying you straight up. And when you sort of neutralize that and lose that factor and lose the ability to take space off of your tank, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, I mean, like, you look at some of those replays there, and you'd be able to see those moments when Icy was just like, all right, you were in Ramattra punch mode, that's totally cool, but actually we're just going to walk around you and check out what's happening over there. Oh, look at that. That's the rest of your team. Sorry.
As easy as that.
It was just so difficult. And like you see, like Warren and Alex were trying to get the Ramattra online, but it's just felt like it was a little bit too late. And once again, that question of a lot of that experience that Team 2 is kind of bringing in, like we talked about this at the start of the trials today on our block specifically, False, Mateball coming in with that like tier 1 experience, and then Noxious and Razor, 2 players on St. Clair Saints who have that kind of DPS synergy and understand how to play off of one another. Meanwhile, on Team 1, like you got, it's a little bit more of a smorgasbord of players just kind of coming together and figuring it out on the go. And so a lot of those synergies and experience don't necessarily exist on Team 1. And personally speaking, I think it kind of shows just across the board. But you can tell if Team 1 get the upper hand on some of their more comfortable picks, then I think that looks a lot better from them.
No, definitely. I think there is clearly more synergy being shown with the second team, but I don't think that diminishes any of the skill that we've seen from this other side. You know, you got Icy, you know, someone with tier 1 experience with TSM. I mean, we talked about Warren already, and the fact that, you know, this is somebody who has been almost near the top of the game, at least in terms of, you know, playing with Ash. You know, definitely a lot of clout in the game, and, you know, still 2 St. Clair Saints as well with Alex and Reddick, so I think we really haven't been talking about as much, but they've definitely been able to fill out the role that they need to. I mean, Reddick's especially, I mean, when given the opportunity, has been really, really effective. I think when you take him off of Lucio, it definitely, I don't want to say diminishes the skill, but I mean, it's definitely a little bit different from maybe what we're used to seeing from Reddick. You know, Lucio definitely the best character he's bringing to the server potentially. So maybe that is something to really note, but I definitely think that Team 1, there's skill there, but maybe our prediction from earlier about Team 2 getting skewed a little bit more heavy is coming to fruition, but we'll see how they do on this next one. Hybrid coming through. We'll get to see some more payload action. Both teams bringing out the Sigma tanks this time, so I hope you love barrier tanks, because we're getting a lot of barrier tank representation tonight. Everything else pretty familiar. I mean, we do get to see Wu Yang for the first time tonight over on Team 1, so I guess we're changing things up a little bit.
Yeah, and that Wu Yang, that Mateball is playing, it's got a lot of experience and can apply just so much pressure. This is going to be Team 2 taking the attack first here. Get to the streets of New York. Noxious on and off angle, almost finds the kill, swaps to the Siphon Blaster, but is going to be chased down relentlessly. Still able to get the health back just in time, as it is going to be Team 1 being able to find the kills necessary. Noxious with just the absolute beatdown onto Razor. Get that full reset online, and exactly like you said, especially with more of these hit scan type of maps, yeah, you're going to see Sigma all day.
Looks like we changed the comp up a little bit right now. Listen, my eyes to see me. We have Noxious hanging out with Team 1 right now, and going to be switching up a couple of these DPS players, as Warren going to be helping out Team 2 this time. So we'll see how that switch comes to fruition this time. Already Noxious getting active, a couple kills already for this T1 side, as Team 2, they haven't really been able to break through just yet. Still trying to find that catalyst to get this offense started. Team 1 doing a really good job at holding off this attack. Icy, that frontline defense, really showing why Sigma, maybe not as popular as some of these other barrier tanks, but definitely can still make an impact when needed. Kitsune Rush going to come through, so Team 1, they're going to try and push the pace now and shut down Team 2. Noxious again, just continuing to go absolutely dumb on the DPS roll. Why not give him this third? Maybe not. Well, it's made a little bit harder for it. Icy will take it away, but does not matter as Team 1, the defense holding very, very strong already.
And big ups to Icy on that team fight. You just see how that Sigma's being played. The barrier is just such an effective tool at preventing a lot of the damage that False was trying to get. Razor tried to go for the stick there, tossed out the pulse bomb, didn't quite find anything, and already under a lot of fire, but thankfully there is a little bit of heal turret. Should be able to pop up that health pool a bit more. Noxious does have the override, and yeah, it's going to be all the ultimates in the entire world. Let's see what type of value we can get. An excellent Suzu to mitigate all that damage. Noxious still alive in the midst of it, and just pelting in bullets from above, as it is going to be literally everything, and only the Tracers coming out on top in the midst of all the chaos. But it will be a little bit of pressure now onto this site as Icy still just trying to mitigate this frontline pressure. False, though, wanting to chase this one down. The barrier will get destroyed here, as it is just going to be a Sigma 1v1. Unfortunately, one person has heals and the other does not. Tracer's still doing their backline work, trying to make this one work. But it is going to be, yeah, the cap coming through from Team 2 as they continue to pressure things forwards. Icy now just trying to stall it out, but at this point it is all but done. Team 2 should be able to get this one.
Should be able to. It's a little bit questionable, but Razor able to get those final couple of percentages going the way of Team 2. It took a little bit for them to break through, but once all those ults came through and just became chaos, they were able to find their way forward. Let's see what Team 1 can do as they get sent back on the defense. Noxious putting down a lot of damage on range to try and shut this barrier down. Icy, he's still trying to be that vanguard at the front, trying to mitigate as much damage as he can. Not as much progress being taken from Team 2. They try and rally the troops and get things set, and I think that's only for the benefit of Team 1 now, because they're going to get a chance to really set their defense and dig their feet in.
Yeah, it's that high ground that's going to be so painful to try and dislodge. Warren at least does have the override protocol available. It is going to be the Kitsune Rush coming out from both of these sides, as per usual. Tit for tat, match for match. And yeah, it's just a poke battle until one person comes out on top. It is going to be, okay, now override protocol available. Warren looking for it, but immediately Icy actually takes the back step there to try and absorb a lot of that damage. Uh-oh, Gorilla, you're going to get absolutely fried, and as well as Alex in the midst of all of that chaos. Toss out a couple of nades, why don't you? And Team 2 just continue to walk that payload forward. It's Noxious just going to be waiting, playing it nice and safe for the rest of the team to respawn.
That's a great way to mitigate that high ground. Like you said, that is sort of that first little roadblock you run into. And, you know, I've seen a lot of movies. You know, I know how deadly having the high ground can be in certain situations. But Team 1 off the back of that ult from Warren definitely do a good job of breaking in. But Falls, hey, he doesn't want to get shut down either. He's going to find that pick onto Noxious. Sigma ult's getting traded back and forth. Alex trying to find the last little bit of damage onto False, but not able to clean that kill, but Razor should be able to get it. Or no,
Wow.
I should say, he gets saved. Healing at the stroke of midnight to save False does eventually fall, but because of that, look how much space Team 2 has been able to take. 0.83 meters away, so close and yet so far. Team 1 prevail, and Noxious with this override should be able to make sure that that point doesn't come through just yet. Big pick onto Reddick. That should be the last one to come through, as Alex, sort of the last one standing, and gonna have to fall back with the rest of his team.
Yeah, at the 11th hour, both Mateball and Graveyard, the Wu Yongs clutch it up for the team. And look at this, False actually going for the swap. The Sigma duel was not kind of working out, and again, it was very evened out between these two teams. The D.Va, though, we know how good this dive is from both these teams, especially with Razor onto that Tracer. There's a lot of opportunity for team synergy here, Evan.
Definitely, but I mean, if you have some synergy, we need to see it right here, because Team 2, they've lost a lot of progress that they've gained. They were so close to that second checkpoint, but not enough to get it done. Team 1, they've bent, but they haven't broken just yet. One last chance now for Team 2 to take some space. Razor trying to get active in the back line, but it's going to get shut down by Magic Mayfall. That is a huge pick coming through for Team 2, and they're trying to add some more as Team 1 trying to get the shutdown. Noxious swapping to that pistol, able to find Graveyard. Icy, why not find that last one? It was a little bit hectic at the end, but Team 1 somehow prevail, and they shut it down right before that last checkpoint. Will still count as 3 points, though. Or not, or ooh.
Yeah,
I guess
hey,
here we are.
It's us.
Coming back to us. Hey, sometimes these custom lobbies get a little bit wacky when we get these custom scrim rules. But hey, you know, I'll give Team 1 a lot of credit there because it looked like Team 2 was just going to run it down and get over to the last one. But they did a really good job of a defensive stand at the very end. I mean, like 0.83 meters we're talking about at the end. Just a great save and a really good showing in the last little bits of that half.
Yo, I just want to give a big shout out to the supports on both of the teams, honestly. Whether or not it was the Wu Young Alts, whether or not it was the Suzus coming out, like, they came in clutch multiple times and really were the big thing that changed things around. Obviously, the tank ultimate's a little bit flashy. Override protocol, yeah, okay, you're going to find your kills. Yeah, we know how that one goes out, but really, the supports have been doing such a good job on both of these teams at keeping everybody alive, which is really difficult, especially amidst all of the chaos amongst all of the ultimates that were kind of getting thrown at the board. So, you know, at the end of the day, this is still a team trial here, so only a couple of them are going to make it, but I've just been very impressed with the timing that a lot of these supports have.
No, for sure. I think we definitely saw a lot of really solid support. I mean, we have all day. I mean, it's kind of hard to really pick one individual, but I mean, we had some really big plays. Magic Mayfall, especially that pick onto Razor at the very end, because we have that pulse bomb in pocket, getting that neutralized and taken off the board. That is absolutely huge for Team 1. So big ups to you, Magic Mayfall, for a great play at the end there. But we have more Overwatch still to play, and we're going right back in. We've reset the lobby. We've reset the teams. Let's see how they do as Team 1 now going to be on the defense. Let's see what Icy's squad can do when they're faced with this attacking side of New York.
And Icy as well, immediately stepping onto the D.Va here. He's not even going to bother to try and force out that Sigma 1v1, despite the fact that we saw False was the one who went forwards, but Sigma does have quite a bit of poke here and could continue to pressure down the back line. Just trying to mitigate around Icy is going to be just the big old rock to start things off against Icy. A lot of ground, though, being taken by Team 2.
A lot of ground getting taken, but still not enough to really get any forward progress on this point. But I think Team 2 just waiting for their moment. Noxious with a little bit of an awkward angle, but not able to finish off that kill. Alex is going to be able to find it instead, so his big ups to his St. Clair teammate. Razor, he's getting active now, trying to make things a little bit disruptive in the Team 2 backline. Still nothing yet. Haven't seen the opening for Team 2. Icy trying to lead the way and maybe trying to get it a little bit, get a little bit of an awkward way in. Noxious with the big pick to create some more spaces. False goes down, and this should be the break that Team 2 is looking for. I think they should be able to hold here and take this point.
As soon as that tank disappears, I mean, with how important the Sigma is in that like long-range poke battle, it's going to be so easy. And look at this. The swap's coming across. Hey, we know what we're good at. And that's D.Va. And so it's just going to be a lot of D.Va across the board. And, well, I think there's a reason why D.Va had such a high pick rate at the end of last season here. As Icy, though, ultimate is going to be very close to getting online. That's Noxious as well, getting the override protocol. Quite a few tools for Team 2 to kind of work with. As it does appear, it's just small skirmishes happening all over the map with each team just trying to get the upper hand on each other.
You talk about ults, I mean, Warren is about to get his online as well, so that should be a warning to Team 2 that there's about to be something coming your way. And Noxious, I mean, hey, you can't forget about him either. This 1v1 duel between Emrys will be won by Team 1, but Icy gets the finishing touches onto Warren, so not a lot of damage getting sent out between both of these Emrys. Things still in control for Team 2. But like you said, a lot of small skirmishes getting fought out early. Nothing really coming through for either side as teams just trading these single engagements back and forth. This is for the benefit of Team 1 here. They're trying to get the truce right back into place. Have done their good job at holding at this next checkpoint.
This definitely is one of those tug-of-war type of moments. where it's each team just trying to find their isolated target, hop onto them, but then immediately that isolated target being like, oh, I gotta get out of here, and then immediately just running back to the rest of the team. Kitsune rushes, gonna be traded on both sides here. Warren getting completely just knocked down, but midst of all that, still alive throughout all of that damage. But the backline as well is crumbling on the side of Team 1. A little bit of an overextension. False getting extremely low HP. We'll just have to get out of mech. Not worth going for that self-destruct reset, because the rest of Team 1 will be crumbling. So Team 2, she's skating forwards, Mateball riding the wave, getting nice, close, and personal. This Team 1 have to reset.
Have to reset, and because of that, that's going to give Team 2 a really good chance to create so much space. They're on the move, and they still have a lot of time to work with as well, and they're almost around this final corner. To keep things going, Warren is trying to get a little bit active here, trading shots with Icy, who's going to have to fall back at low health. And while they were given a lot of space, Team 2 not able to seal the deal just yet. The troops for Team 1 are right back in. 3 ults to work with as well for Team 1, so you assume that they're going to have what it takes to deal with this next push coming through. Icy, look at this. Even now 1v1 Razor, meanwhile, the backline going to find the support for Team 2, so it's going to be a little bit difficult now in this next potential fight as all this progress that Team 2 has gained is slowly going back in the opposite direction.
You saw that one, like, it was just a false running over the backline of Team 2, pushing them out of the way to enable Razor to be able to safely attach that pulse bomb away from the defense matrix, away from Red X's Suzu. Works out perfectly here. It's Team 2 getting a little bit low. Icy has to go up here, but is looking for that opportunity potentially just for that self-destruct. Noxious, meanwhile, override protocol activated, just trying to implement a lot of damage there. And all the meanwhile, though, it's all good because Razor's got everybody clocked. Will be just the reset here, False. Keep that Diva mech nice and activated. So will be Team 1 once again holding them at bay. A little bit of support coming through for your Tracer. Yeah, Team 2 are going to be the ones who have to get that reset. And they're already right back into the action, but we'll have to wait for all the respawns to happen.
This is kind of similar to what we saw the last time we had this round going, is that one team gets so close to the end, but they're just not able to get it over the finish line. The other team just locking in and finding what they need to on defense here, but still some time to work with for Team 2. Got some ults online as well. This Kitsune rush going to be the biggest one, but you have to watch out now as Warren trying to find some more damage. He's been a menace thus far, but going to get neutralized for the most part. Not able to get anything. You can't even get Icy out of his mech, but it does not matter as False is going to be able to pick up the slack. So is Redx. DPS Kiriko coming through, but nothing going for Team 2 despite the one pick you get for the Diva Bomb. Team 1 should be able to hold out these last couple seconds. Only one ult to work with for Team 2, and if it's going to happen, it has to happen right now.
Team 2 have to get that touch onto the cart here. 10 seconds remain. Imagine it is going to be Icy flying over. Just try and activate that overtime. Yep, it's burning down here, trying to get kept at bay. It is going to be the Wu Yang pushing things back, but it's all good. Team 2 will activate the overtime here as they claim that high ground. Kitsune Rush going to be online. Redx still holding it, actually. Gets into position and places it a little bit further back, buying a little bit more space. Alex with the first kill as Icy loses mech in the midst of all of this fight, which is not how you want this one to show down. False as well, fighting Gorilla. It's all going bad for Team 1, and Team 2 will be able to cap out this point, doing a great job of isolating those supports and making sure that they're going to be able to win it out. They just got to clean up Razor, who has been a menace, but this might be just a bit too much. The rally comes out at minimum as Team 2 continue their push forwards.
I was going to say, surely we don't have 2 rounds in a row where we have a team getting stopped with less than a meter to go, but was not meant to be. History not repeating itself this time as Team 2 break through at the stroke of midnight, and they're going to have to go quick because they're going to have less than a minute, essentially, to get to this final checkpoint. Team 1 now with the close spawn as well, so these ults, the ult management has to be perfect for Team 2 if they want to seal the deal here. On the side of Team 1, you have some things to work with as well, and they're going to get things started. Warren going to get one before getting traded out, so blows continuing to go back and forth between both teams, and Razor now trying to get active in the back line, trying to get these members of Team 2 off the payload and slow everything down, but they're not able to. Team 2 prevail.
Yeah, it was just the Icy Alex combo, despite the fact that Noxious got knocked down so early into that fight. Icy and Alex absolutely clutch this one up. Respawners advantage though, gonna make sure that Team 1 will have an opportunity to stabilize this. It's gonna be down to the wire here as we're seeing Warren get closer and closer to having the ultimate online. Keep in mind, a pulse bomb still available in the pocket of Alex, as it is gonna be False trying to fly in, make that one happen. Razor actually had the ultimate Eden. That's not how you want to start this one out, but a lot of pressure being put so far forwards, and it is going to force Icy to just go in so deep to try and stay it alive. Self-destruct activated to try and get that remake early as Warren goes for the override protocol, but so much space has been earned for Team 1, keeping Team 2 at bay, and they're nice and scattered. Warren finally going down to a little bit of a whip shot trick from Magic 8-Ball here, and the kills actually coming out on top, clutching up for Team 2. Icy and Alex still absolutely unstoppable here on the actual cart. Noxious just for the style points right now. The remake will happen, but it is just a little bit too late. Rally going to be activated for Magic 8-Ball just to keep everybody away. And in the nick of time, it is Team 2 able to take that one all the way to the end.
Somehow they get it done. I mean, that's twice in that game. They had to make sort of a last-ditch effort to get it done, but hey, they don't ask how. They ask how many. And they got 3 at the end of the day. So they'll take that, but some really, really solid stuff from your DPS players on Team 2. Like you said, just going absolutely crazy at the end here. And if you're Team 1, you just can't have that happen. Like even one pick going your way to just get something, but just the absolute worst case scenario coming through from Team 1. Team 2 prevail. They show a little bit more gumption right at the end there, a little bit more grit, and they're able to find their way to the end of the map there. And again, once again, proving that this Team 2 side has been very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to just how the Emre duel was kind of going on between Warren and Noxious, I think just in general, the team was doing a better job at supporting Warren, because every single time we saw the override protocol get activated, like, let's just call it as it is. You see the man fly up into the air and he's starting to shoot you. Very easy target selection, right? Like the D.Va get a defense matrix immediately. Your Emre is now going to be pelting him with bullets as well. It's so easy to neutralize that ultimate in the current state that it is. But Warren's team was just doing a little bit of a better job as soon as the ultimate got activated to really just attack those members who would be the ones doing it. Because you know the D.Va's going to immediately fly away to try and neutralize a lot of that damage. And that's when the defense matrix gets taken away from the rest of the team. Meanwhile, on the other side, Noxious trying to use it in the same degree, and you could see the team was just focusing more on trying to keep Noxious alive in the midst of all of that battle, but then that allowed for the rest of Warren's team to be able to neutralize that threat from up above. And so it just comes down to those little micro decisions in how that team play works out that just made the Emre work a little bit better on Warren's team.
Those micro decisions, definitely big impactful things, and I mean, I don't blame Noxious's team for keeping alive, because the man has just been balling all night. I mean, let's just keep him up. Let's just let him cook here, because I think, you know, that's sort of been one of the reasons why you've been so strong. But you know, we're getting near the end of this scrim block. I can't imagine there are too many maps left to go. Probably 2 at the most, depending on how quick they go. But I think we've definitely been impressed from what we've seen. I can ask you, Mark, is there anybody who's really stood out to you more than the others? If you had to pick 1 or 2 MVPs, maybe from either side, who are we picking?
I mean, the big thing that I've been noticing for all of the play that we've seen today is how strong these teams are at dive. And I think a lot of that comes down to the Tracer play. Obviously, with how the most recent patch came out, nerfing Vendetta so that Vendetta wasn't just kind of going in the back line and chopping people down. We've seen Tracer find that resurgence back in. And so for me right now, I've been really impressed with Razor. Whether or not it was Icy, whether or not it was False supporting on that D.Va, I think that this Tracer specifically has just been so effective and synergizes so well with the D.Va players in order to find those openings and really just find those kills before these team fights even happen. So for me, one of my MVPs is definitely going to be Razor, but I'm curious who you would pick.
See, it's tough. I mean, like, there are so many options. I mean, I don't want to just keep, you know, hyping up these St. Clair players, but I mean, I would say Noxious, but I mean, I think when you take a look at either of these teams, Noxious definitely could take it, but I mean, I think I got to shout out both of the tank players, but I think when you look at it, I think False has just been a little bit better tonight. I think the play with D.Va, especially in order to create the space and neutralize, you know, like all these overclocks, or the overload protocols, whatever you want to call it, from Warren, so effective, just setting off the pace and really setting the tone for the offense of Team 2 with getting these dives set up. And I mean, we've seen a lot of good dive tanks and a lot of good play coming out. I just think when you look at it, I think False has just been a little bit better, and the play of his tank is just letting your DPS players like Noxious and Razor have as good of games as they have been, and I think that's why we've been hyping them up so much. It all starts with the tank.
Yeah, and also too, like talking about the support players, I've been really impressed with Red X. I mean, obviously coming into this one, Magic 8 has that reputation, and we're still seeing a lot of that same support play that has just been extremely effective, whether or not it's on that Brig, the Lucio, or the Wu Yang. But I think Red X has been specifically extremely clutch. Some of those timings on the Suzus have been immaculate at just keeping the rest of the team alive. In some of these more dicier scenarios, Red X has always come up clutch. And yes, we're going to be getting right back into things now for potentially our final map of the night here, as we do have control to round things out. And already, boy howdy, are we seeing a different comp.
What are we doing here, Alex? I mean, let's just stop that right now.
Let's
I mean,
start.
Wait a minute. We saw for like a split second, we saw a Torbjorn potentially coming out from Alex. I think you should just watch back to that personally, but it's okay. We're on Ilios right now. We'll play all 3 points like we saw before, and get some characters that we have yet to see tonight make their debut. Noxious bringing out the Freya, Warren with the Venture, and of course got the Lucios coming back out. I mean, if there's going to be a map to play Lucio, I mean, this has to be the one to do it.
Absolutely. I'm super curious to see how this Freya is going to be fitting into the mix of this. Obviously, on the other side, Warren, who was kind of like, we're setting up that story between Warren versus Noxious. And now, well, Warren's playing Venture, and it's going to be extremely divey from Team 1. And so I'm curious to see how this Freya is going to fit into the composition.
Definitely see. I mean, I think this is a good point to bring it out. A lot of potential for some high ground play, especially on top of this point building, but it all depends on if your team is able to hold it for a long time. As Team 1, they're looking to try and break in, get things going. Noxious trying to hunt for the skill, but Razor just a little bit too quick to be able to steal that health back away and escape with his life. Team 1, they're going to get there first. Red X is going to get that first boop. We know how good he is with this Lucio, so watch for him to make a big impact for Team 2. Dicey. Still trying to fight. Both Divas trading blows. We thought Team 1 was going to walk away with it, but Team 2 steal it away and are on the point first.
Ooh, okay. Razor's still able to stay alive, but will, beat your demise at that point. And Warren going to be swapping off the Venture, so back onto the Ashe. A lot more comfortable for that player. And so now this is going to get even more interesting because Freya famously kind of floats around in the air, trying to use that take aim to land a lot of those shots before they kind of explode, and that will be free reign territory for Warren to potentially find a lot of damage. As it is Team 2 just continuing to get a lot of this point pressure here, and now Warren gets isolated, but nice boot from Magic 8 to keep Warren alive in the midst of that Diva.
Really good job right now, but Team 1, they're not done yet. They're going to try and see if they can get some progress on this point, and someone finally from Team 2 is going to try and shut this down. Icy is going to get demeched. In the meantime, Noxious in the back line trying to hunt for some of these squishies here. It's going to get that shot onto Warren, and that will connect for a big pick for Team 2 to keep things all set in their favor. And got a couple more for Noxious. Why not? Razor's going to lose that battle. Noxious, I mean, this guy's been going crazy. This last little clip, I mean, you're talking about how this Freya is going to work in. I think it's working out pretty good for Team 2 so far.
Yeah, I'm just going to call it now. The bullet shot a little bit cosmetic there, but it's all good because Noxious all the way back up to 55%. Just so good with the take aim, just spamming it in these close corridors, allowing that explosive damage to just get a little bit more value. So excellent just uses. I see going to be blocking False here as False has to just back out of this one. A lot of ultimates going to be online for both these teams now. It's going to be Graveyard taking that advantage first. Kitsune Rush going to be online. Self-destruct kind of launched in the midst of all of it. As Razor is actually able to find Icy, and so Gorilla now going to be using a Kitsune Rush to try and even things out. Razor, though, on the back line, sees the Suzu get used, and now this is going to be the go sign to potentially use the Pulse Bomb. But at this point, you just hold on to that thing because your team should have run Team 2 over. So Team 1 should be able to cap that one, just do that. And they're just chasing down a Lucio while riding. A little bit of pressure, but all good for Team 1.
Not to be perfect, though. Team 2 has done a really good job of holding thus far. It's going to be a tall order, but I think Team 1, they can definitely do have some ults to work with. Have that Diva Bomb as maybe a last-minute sort of panic button. Razor with the Pulse Bomb. We know what he can do. Keep an eye on Alex. Sort of gone unknown in the back line right now, so if Team 1's not careful, this Pulse Bomb can definitely cause some damage where they least expect it. Ooh. Now Warren's turn to be on the sniper position. B-Trop coming through from Reddick to try and keep his team alive. Really far away from this point now. They're having trouble bringing back in. It's going to be false to maybe get there first, but not comfortable yet. They're trying to find some more of these squishies before they make another run at the point, and there's nothing working now for Team 2. Getting stymied right near the end. Just trying to gather these troops together, wait for these ults to come through. Might be able to break in. Razor. Just,
yeah.
Just like crazy.
That's going to be a team fight. Completely just neutralized here is Team 1 just completely just shutting Team 2 down. And once again, I think it just comes down to that Ashe pick. Warren just doing such a good job on those longer sight lines, not allowing for that explosiveness to happen because a pick finds so early. And now we'll have the bomb as well. So you see Team 2 just trying to close the gap, trying to take advantage of what they want to do with the composition, and yet an Ashe alone is able to find a key pick, put enough damage to keep them guessing, and Team 2 haven't been able to find an answer for that just quite yet. A lot of ultimates coming into this next team fight. Noxious as well has bolas, and yep, that's going to be the bomb, tossed into the fray. Gonna be set up nice and easy, and Dynamite gonna get eaten up here as overtime gets activated. Pulse Bomb gets tossed out in the midst of all of that. Falls just chasing down Icy. Icy not gonna have an opportunity to try and contest this one, as that is going to be point number 1 for Team 1 with a bullet.
Yeah, I mean, we said they had to be flawless, and they matched it. They impressed me with how they went about that first point, and I mean, what more could you say about the defense being shown from both sides? And again, like we saw on Lijiang Tower so long ago, both teams just playing so well, and it's been so even on these domination game modes. It's hard to really pick one side that's been a little bit better. I guess Team 1, a little bit better on point number 1. But I think, definitely a lot of positives for both sides coming out of this first point on Ilios.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you might want to just call that one a little bit of a map diff, but I think the swap from the Venture onto the Ashe was just so instrumental to make that one work, and by no surprise whatsoever, Team 1 are just going to stick to their guns, because once that swap happened, Team 2 couldn't even get their foot in the door. And still Team 2, they will have an opportunity here to potentially try and take this one. It's a little bit closer. Some of those longer sight lines, though, are still going to be as deadly as ever. But their target isolation has to be pristine onto Warren and shut down that Ashe from just farming in the back line.
Yeah, I mean, Warren is he's been doing it all night. I mean, there's a reason why we've been hyping him up and why this Ashe is definitely meant to be feared. Because it is just so dangerous when the left unaccounted for. Noxious trying to put some damage down range on these Team 1 members, but not enough to find a pick to go through, as Warren trying to do the same thing for his side. Both teams exchanging blows before they really get into the mosh pit on the point. Team 1 should be able to find it. They will once False gets back on it. So Team 1 keep their winning ways going. They've just been shutting down. Team 2 are going to try and find the stragglers as well. Red X will fall. That's a lot of blue in the kill feed for Team 1, and now they get a chance to breathe and dig their heels in on defense.
So the fact that we spent the entire map break talking about how good Razor was with False and Icy, well, they haven't even been the star of the show. There's been so many resources now diverted towards Warren to shut down that Ashe, that just allows Razor and False to just go crazy in the back line and just do whatever they want. So right now, the synergies on Team 1 are just looking absolutely sublime. It's all working together. All the gears are falling in their place, running their mechanical function. And Team 2 are really struggling, even to, once again, advance onto the point. They have to be so careful on these sight lines. Finally, Icy going to be moving forwards with Alex, trying to pressure in on the back, but Warren's still as elusive as ever and just has to kind of win that duel against Alex, and will be able to do so. The sound barrier very preemptively gets tossed in as Razor goes down in the midst of all of that. But okay, hey, you're able to get the bolas as well. So Team 1, they're draining a lot of resources out of the way. And yeah, they're going to hold onto their ultimates. The self-destruct happens, but not going to get too much here. And it will be 4 ultimates. And okay, they're committing onto this. They want to slow this one out. I thought this was going to be a full reset, but it doesn't matter. Warren tosses in the Bob onto the point. The Dynamite going to find Redix in the back line, as they have not yielded the point at all. And Team 2 have to go scattering as they're trying to look for it. Uh-oh, that's going to be right into the defense matrix. Razor taken out again in the midst of this team fight, as Team 1 try to get themselves stabilized here. They still have Graveyard's Kitsune Rush and the sound barrier as well if they want to force the issue, but I have to wonder at what point is this going to be just way too much. Icy trying to isolate the Kiriko as well, and still it's up to now 94%. And well, hey, they get the self-destruct out of Icy. I'm saying this is looking real good from Team 1.
Yeah, I mean, how many times did we think that this is going to be a reset? I mean, I've been sitting here thinking that same thing, but it just doesn't happen. I mean, you stall it out, you don't, you invest the ults, just perfect management, and the way they stall it out to just let your teammates come right back into the fight and pick up those little weak squishies. I mean, really great stuff from Team 1 here. I mean, that was just a perfect hold. And I mean, since they took that point on the second half of that first round, they have just not relinquished it at all. It's just been perfect from Team 1 since then. We got one more point to, see if Team 2 can maybe salvage something here. But I mean, that's going to be tough with the way Team 1 has been just dominating on this last match of domination.
Yeah, like the Team 1 style right now, it's just singing. Like on these control maps, you expect it to be a little bit more contested, especially with two teams that are playing such similar styles. But the shutdown has just been so consistent. And Warren obviously just kind of is that highlight player that I've been talking about these last couple of rounds, but at the same time has just been doing an expert job at navigating away from the dive in the midst of all of this chaos, allowing for a lot of that space. And the decision to use the Bob, understanding the support ultimates that were available, was just perfect, because the Lucio going to speed everybody back in, and you can take that team fight while we see the other team trying to regroup themselves, and clearly with the ultimate disadvantage. So I questioned it for a second, because I thought, hey, let's just hold on to our ultimates, press Q to win type of scenario here. And yet they decided to commit to it, and it still looked so good. Team 2 just could not find an answer, despite the fact that sometimes they would find those initial picks. It wasn't enough for them to be able to convert over the full team fight.
No, and you got to give credit to Team 1 and how they set their defense. And like you said, I mean, a play that, maybe you think you just give up and just try and go next, give them credit. They stuck to it. They had that Bob to sort of give them a little bit of extra juice and just an extra body on the point to get it done. So definitely, a high risk, but some high reward coming through from Team 1, and they just kind of rode that through to victory. Just not much working for Team 2, but again, like we said, they get one more chance to maybe try and break through, and this is going to be, I think, the most interesting of the 3 points coming up. Is this is the one with the pit in the middle. So I'm imagining Redix is going to try and do some crazy stuff and just wall ride, to his heart's content in the pit. But one more chance for both these teams, and now we're really getting a little bit goofy with these team comps here. Double Jetpack Cat coming out. I mean, why not at this point in the night?
Yeah, and Warren as well, playing Sierra, the brand new hero that literally just launched a couple of days ago. So this one should be nice and interesting, but that ultimate is a little bit cracked. Icy immediately trying to take the dive pressure up top. And yeah, Warren just completely getting knocked down here as Noxious. This time on for the Cassidy. A bit more pressure and consistency compared to that Freya that was just getting everything just kind of eaten up by the defense matrix. Razor trying to make a standpoint here, but will be just damage trading back and forth as looking for one of these teams to be able to walk out on top. It will be Team 2 with that first capture, now looking to isolate and annihilate their targets. As this is just Divas trading back and forth onto this site. Red X finding Magic Bait Ball on the Jetpack Cat, and yeah, run over Gorilla, why don't you? That's going to be a 1 for 1 for 1. As it is still Team 2 with an advantage here. As Team 1 even that one up pretty evenly. And you want to talk about an even match? Well, I think this is as even as it gets as the skirmishes continue to fly on all corners of the map.
Most definitely. And hey, big ups to Team 2 for getting back in the game. They're trying to find a way forward, but don't count Team 1 out just yet. Been contesting, but defensive Team 2 holding strong. Ball's trying to get this dive working once again. Gonna try and be putting pressure on Noxious, but he's getting fed a healthy dose of healing. He's gonna survive this initial dive. The Diva Bomb gonna get forced out as well. Oh, come on now. Let's get something here. That's a nice. That's exactly why you bring a Jetpack Cat in this situation, waiting for a combo like that, and it works to perfection as Noxious, probably with the most stylish ult pick of the night so far.
Yeah, everyone at this point. Oh yeah, and the abduction happens. Yeah, that's cool, I guess. Everyone who started playing Season 1 just at the top of this year kind of slamming their keyboard in rage, watching some of the gameplay that's happening. Icy actually getting the complete swoosh onto Razor in the remech, as the giant Diva mech will just completely collapse upon that Tracer. And while Team 1, they struggle to try and get their ground here, as Team 2 have just continued to take up percentage. Yeah, they might have a couple of ultimates, but it might be a little bit too late. 87% already up.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for False. He loses mech, and then the ejection just sends him right off the map. I don't know if that was exactly what he was planning on, but not working out for Team 1 here. As Team 2, it takes a little bit, but they finally get on the board, and they match the last sweep with one of their own, and at least they end the night on a positive note as Team 2, you know, they salvage it a little bit, but great play all around from both sides, and yeah, like we were saying, a lot of great talent showcased tonight. I think the coaches, I mean, there's still a couple more days of scrims left, last one being Sunday. These coaches are going to have a really tough decision to make. I don't know how they're going to whittle this down to 7 players being chosen, because this has been just a treat, you know, to be showcasing, you know, all this talent we have in Canada. So I don't envy their jobs, because it's going to be a really, really tough one.
Yeah, that is such a hard thing to do. I mean, I'm looking at the player list right now, and there's just so many players that are trying to earn their spot onto here, and so many assistant coaches as well. I think that's something that doesn't get highlighted a lot, as there's quite the list of people all trying to use their brains to put together the perfect combinations with the players that are kind of going out there. But yeah, like you said, these trials are continuing all week long. This specific stream will be back on Sunday to close things out, but you can catch a lot more of the action tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week on either Rain's channel or Tomathan's channel. So those are going to be the 2 Twitch links that you can continue to watch the trials if you just want to see the feed without this whole production put together just on the front here. But yeah, I think that kind of wraps things up here, Evan. You got any final words for the night?
I mean, I'll keep it short. I mean, obviously, thank you to Team Canada for giving us the opportunity to come out and, you know, for St. Clair to showcase some talent. Obviously, I got to shout out the Pro team back at St. Clair for getting this done. We got Owen, we got Hayden, we got Landon. So shout out to you guys. If I'm missing anybody, Owen will let me know. But big ups to Prod for St. Clair to get this done. Oh, how could I forget Adam? Of course, getting all the replays. I'm sorry, Adam, but yeah, obviously, big shout out to them, and you know, obviously, thank you, Mark, for casting with me tonight, and we'll say thank you to everyone else who was involved in the production tonight. Thank you to the players and coaches, but I think that basically covers it. Mark, unless I'm missing anything, I don't think so.
No. I think you covered all of our bases here, so thank you so much to the viewers at home for checking it out, and you're going to want to keep your eye on Team Canada while this roster gets built. But that is going to wrap things up for tonight. Thank you for tuning in. My name has been Marks, this has been Evan, and we will catch you in the next stream. See you next time.